Got 4 guests today.
Oh, shit.
Oh, it's all right. I added it. I mean, I didn't. I sent out my thing and said, and Mark Dominic at 9.
Oh, I've missed it. How did I miss Dominic? God dang it.
It's all right. Morning, Tim. Hey-o. Ambient, didn't know you had a little Ed McMahon in your soul.
And he has no idea who that is.
I was going to say, I didn't think you were old.
Blue.
No. Have you ever seen a Carson repeat? Johnny's been off the air longer than you've been alive, I think. Spitz is calling us gents this morning. Ah. It's early, man. It is early. I don't remember things as well as I should. That's funny, Ambient. We were getting chastised because we weren't talking the Super Bowl enough. Sorry, Ambient. We didn't talk about them all last week. We didn't talk about them Monday. And we didn't mention them much yesterday. But we're probably going to talk a little Super Bowl today because we booked 2 football guests. Oh, man. We'll see, Coffenbaugh. I mean, what are you going to watch 6:30 Sunday? Coffenbaugh, keep an open mind. I've already seen some of them. They're not bad. Yeah, but Spitz, will it stick? An hour is probably not enough time unless it's really snowing.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this first Wednesday of February. Let's get over the hump together, shall we? How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Hope your week is going well thus far. Mark, my mom left town, left on the train late in the afternoon yesterday. I would say she's somewhere in Virginia.
I was going to
right
say
about
around
now.
D.C. right around now, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, a little south of D.C., I think, because she's getting in around 11. So, my guess is Northern Virginia, because I think the train's about 5 hours from D.C. to Newark. So I'm guessing Northern Virginia right about now. So, no, it could be right if it's 5 hours. No, maybe she is to D.C.
I was going to
So,
say it is 6.
yeah,
I
well,
mean, the one thing we can do on this show, David, has been pointed out by guests, math.
correct.
We have math down. The rest of it we're working on. Miller and Moulton. We'll have a Swamp Buggy poll question for you today. We got a great show lined up.
Yeah. Yeah, we kind of do. Yeah. Hopefully everybody, makes it. We know one of our 4 guests is under the weather. Another one of our 4 guests is out of the country. So, you never know what's going on. But on paper, man, it looks promising. It's kind of like drawing up that play on the blackboard. It looks good. Then you got to do your quarterback sneak. You got to do your tush push. So some are better at it than others.
Well, David, early week system plays have struggled.
Man, and it's tough betting against Purdue in the regular season. It is. They're very consistent. They do all the little things. All right. I mean, they missed 1 free throw in the final 2 minutes of the game last night. Iowa shot 52% and only turned it over 11 times, and they were getting 7.5 points at home and still couldn't cover.
So the system 0-1 for the week. Pretty
Yep.
decent night of college hoop last night. Pretty decent night of NBA hoop. Pretty good night of NHL hockey. For those of you that are trying to find whatever it is for your sporting fix, it's there. We tell you every day. It's whether you like college hoop, pro hockey. All of those sports are delivering right now.
I got to admit, some people may be sick of this topic, but I am still laughing at people's honest reactions to the Luka trade. LeBron yesterday, I thought it was a joke.
Well, of course he thought it was a joke. He's supposed to be consulted before anything happens with the Lakers.
I think they gave him like 10 minutes heads up. He was out at dinner in New York City somewhere. Mm-hmm. wait, we're doing what?
Well, that's why that trade got done, and it's why Jimmy Butler's still a member of the Miami Heat.
Yeah, could be. Could be. But, Jimmy likes to, prolong things. Jimmy likes the drama. He's had drama just about everywhere when he leaves. All right? Jimmy's a diva. He's my diva wide receiver.
Right, but it's a league full of divas.
True. Well, it's a league full of diva wide receivers.
And the only way, they did that trade without everybody knowing and agents finding out and trying to put a stop to it. If you think about it, David, it's remarkable that got pulled off without people finding out. I mean, it is in today's day and age, with the way players in that league have such a stronghold over ownership, it's remarkable that got done.
Ramona Shelburne wrote the story as to how they kept it secret. And it's because they're 2 very good friends. They both were in Kobe's inner circle. Pelinka was his agent, and the Mavs GM ended up being part of his circle in the latter part of his career. And because of their friendship, I guess the Lakers were in Dallas, and the Mavs GM said, "Hey, you want to go get coffee?" And he first brought it up to him and just said, listen, if any word gets out at all, I'll deny everything and, no way. And I guess they talked for 3 weeks.
That even makes it more remarkable, David. It really does.
Apparently, Utah, the third team in the deal, didn't know the particulars of the deal until there was less than an hour before the trade was announced. They just knew they were needed for, some salary swap and, we need you to take on this player and this money. What do you need to do that? Well, I need this player and I need these picks. Okay. They didn't know the particulars.
It's fascinating.
Apparently 4 people knew. According to the story Ramona Shelburne wrote, apparently 4 people knew. Reddick didn't know till late, like after the Knicks game. AD wasn't with the team because he had gotten hurt a week before. He's back. I mean, another reason LeBron said he thought it was a joke, he had just gotten a text from AD congratulating us on the win.
To pull that off in modern sports with social media, with Shams required to have a phone to his ear 24 hours a day to make sure that what happened doesn't ever happen. I mean, we now know that the Phoenix Suns are shopping Kevin Durant to every team in the league.
Or they're being called by a handful of teams in the league.
But they're willing to listen. We know that.
Right.
It has been leaked out that they're willing to listen to offers for Kevin Durant. We got nothing.
No. Zip zilch.
No. Nothing.
Nothing.
On Luka and AD.
No. Not only that, you didn't even get anything like 20, 30 minutes before it happens. You know how sometimes when there's a free agent signing or a trade and somebody goes, hey, look out, okay? The Red Wings and the Blackhawks are about to pull off, something involving Chris Chelios. No. There was nothing. Instead, he has to send out a tweet going, this is not a joke.
Right. He got up off the McAfee show yesterday for a text that turned out to be a, 2 run-of-the-mill guys get traded for one another. We knew a trade was coming. We were expecting more. And Caleb Martin gets dealt for Quentin Grimes. Oh, boy.
Right. Yeah, okay.
But when Shams gets up out of his chair during a live interview, you know something's about to happen. We got none of that with 2 superstars.
Certainly a superstar and an all-star. Absolutely. And I have enjoyed reading the pieces from writers in other sports saying, let's try to put together a comparable trade in our sport. What would it have looked like? Baseball, there were a couple fascinating ones. Is it Juan Soto for Aaron Judge? Because there's a 6-year age difference between the two. And which one would you take? Is it the one I saw, Bobby Witt Jr. for Bryce Harper? Another 6-year age difference. How much do you think Bryce Harper's got left? He's very good. Very good. If not still great. And he's great in the clutch. And he's terrific in October. But, I mean, I've enjoyed reading the pieces. The NFL people that are like, oh, man. They're like, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to the NBA, but I'm trying to think what in the world would have to happen in this league to equate with that.
No, it is the one fascinating thing is I'm talking to people who are not NBA fans who are interested in what's happened. Like, this league, I don't like to watch the games, but, man, their off-the-court stuff is amazing.
It's fun. It is. The money's obscene, but the moves they come up with. How many picks did they throw in? Like Joe Shad, who said, I don't have anything to do with basketball. Okay. But I keep hearing how valuable these first round picks are. Then how come teams are throwing 4 and 5 first round picks in these deals?
Well, in the NBA too, with the non-consecutive picks, and they're all over the map. It's like
Right.
you're trading picks that are 5 and 7 years away from happening. It seems ridiculous.
Right. You can't. You can trade first round picks in 25, 27, 29, 31, but in 26, 28, and 30, the best you can do is agree to a pick swap. Right.
But it does for the teams getting these picks. You're not, it's not the Dolphins making the deal for Laramie Tunsil where it was consecutive first round picks, and you're going, all right, now we got to pick this year. We got to pick this year. We can rebuild. I don't know how, with the way these picks go in the NBA, you actually have a chance to rebuild. It just seems that the good teams stay good and the bad teams stay bad. It is a hard road to turn it around in that league.
I love when they make a deal for like a 2031 first round pick and they go, well, we're betting by then they won't be good anymore. And that'll be a lottery pick. Oh, okay. Well, good luck. Yeah.
For the NBA, they're making their trades. The NHL's deadline's coming up. Their All-Star break's coming up. They're making trades. We're closing in on the Super Bowl. And hell, David, pitchers and catchers in less than a week.
Damn right. Damn right. And are the Mets going to re-sign Pete Alonso? I swear, every hour I'm hitting the New York Post app. Every time I get in my car, I turn on MLB Network Radio.
To see where Pete Alonso's going.
Right. Yes. We got the richest owner in sports. How are we going to lose a first baseman over money? Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Gentlemen, has your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle? Well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, Sonny, I thought you meant the Pope. Baby Jules, morning. By the way, just approaching DC right now is the train. Got an update from the train. Sonny, where is he now? Is he in the States?
All right. I want to let everybody know it's National Fart Day.
Hello.
When thinking of poll questions, that's where my brain is.
Wow. How do we do something with that? Though that's
Have you ever crop dusted?
where? Does it matter?
In a public place?
I've never intentionally. Garden was not sold out last night. It was 16.5. 16.5 at the Garden. And I think sellouts close to 18. Yeah, actually,
It was not great basketball.
no, no, it wasn't.
They both play a lot of defense. It was ugly.
Actually, for the Knicks, capacity's just under 20. So in theory, they had 3,000 seats they still could have sold for last night's game. My guess is, Sonny, they've had more people like when Duke's been in town or what have you, but
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Good show lined up for you today. Our guests begin in a little more than an hour. We'll talk NHL with Greg Wyshynski. We'll talk the Super Bowl and the NFL as a whole. First, from a prop bet standpoint, we'll have some fun with Dave Mason of betonline.com. And then Mark Dominic will join us. We'll get into the league as a whole in the game. And we'll have our weekly chat with Seth Everett, who's been under the weather this week. So hopefully we can pick his spirits up. He and Pat Kerwin.
He pulled himself.
Correct.
and then resubmitted his entry into the show.
Yes. A day before the game, he said, I'm not going to be able to play, and then went up to the manager and reinserted himself into the lineup. And the manager said, "What do you? I've already told so and so they were playing. Coach, I can go. I'm feeling a little better. I can go." So we got 4 guests on the show today. What's today, by the way?
Today is National Fart Day.
Is it called that? It's not called flatulence?
It's exactly called that. I did
Okay.
not change any words. Today is National Fart Day.
Okay.
Now, there's a National Pass Gas Day, and there's a Fart Out Loud Day, not to be confused with National Fart Day.
Oh, come on. That's ridiculous. I mean, what's the difference between passing gas and
David,
farting?
they all have their own day. I don't know why.
Everything has their own day now. Hey, I was thinking about something last night. Ovechkin added an empty netter with 1/10 of a second left.
Yes, he did.
They're doing everything they can to help him. Every time there's an empty net situation, Ovechkin goes on the ice for the Caps. They're like, we'll let's get this thing done this year. You're on a roll. You even missed a month with an injury, and you still got 25 goals. You're scoring nearly a goal a game. Let's go. Let's do this sucker. But so he scores again. He's 17 away from passing Gretzky? It's remarkable. Especially since he went, it seemed like he went the first month of this year with like 1 goal. And ever since then, he's scoring goals like no one else in the league.
He and they. I mean,
yeah.
The other side of this is most of us thought that the Caps were doing this to sacrifice their future and keep Ovechkin on the team to set this record while being a bad hockey team. They're really good.
I got the best record in the East. Right. And they beat the Panthers last night. But is Ovechkin LeBron? Because there are people that think that LeBron is better than Jordan, but not the majority. I mean, the overwhelming majority of sports fans think that Jordan is the best basketball player of all time. Some people, will throw in Wilt or Kareem. Some will throw in this or that, LeBron, Kobe, whatever. Michael Jordan's regarded as the best player of all time.
Right.
All right. Wayne Gretzky is called the Great One for a reason. I mean, he has more than 1,000 points more than any other player who's ever played the game. I mean, that's obscene. But Ovechkin's going to pass him. Just like LeBron is past Jordan and everybody else. I mean, aren't going to be many records LeBron doesn't have because he's playing longer and no player.
And at a high level.
Right. And for as great as Wayne Gretzky was, Alex Ovechkin in his late 30s is a superior player than Wayne Gretzky was in his late 30s. Certainly a far superior goal scorer. Far superior. I mean, I think in Gretzky's last 3-4 years, I don't know if he had more than 25 goals.
I don't know if it's LeBron, because when you make that comparison, I think most people think if Jordan's the best, LeBron's clearly number 2. I don't think of Ovechkin as number 2. I think of Ovechkin, the late Dr. Jack Ramsey, who was a great friend of this show. At one point, when talking about the NBA, said, I think Kobe is every bit the offensive player that Jordan is. I think Ovechkin's kind of the Kobe, if you will.
Okay.
Because he's the great goal scorer. But, and Ovechkin can hit. Ovechkin brings a lot of the, he's got a lot of Messier in him from his physicality standpoint. But who would you take on your team, Lemieux or Ovechkin?
Oh, yeah. I agree with your analogy. Okay. I mean, peak Mario Lemieux was so obscenely good that people out of the side of their mouth said, is he better than Gretzky?
Exactly.
I mean, that's how unbelievable a healthy prime Mario Lemieux was. Like that great 87
The
Canadian
Rendezvous 87 team.
And, Gretzky in 87 is very much Gretzky. That he's at like his peak in 87. And they played that 3-game series, and when it was over, people said, was Lemieux the best player on the ice?
So that's my only hesitation when it comes to trying to put, and Ovechkin might crack the Mount Rushmore of the sport, David.
Well, heck. I mean, we thought a year and a half ago he was done. I mean, he's had moments the first month of this year. He had moments last year when you're like, oh man, he's just out here accumulating at this point. He's not contributing to a winning team. He's a liability. They can only put him out there on the power play and certain specialty situations. He's plus 15, his plus minus. I mean, he is contributing to the best team in the East at 39 years of age.
Yeah. Yep. Another Cy Young type year for Ovechkin, 25 goals, 14 assists. Not a lot of helpers in his world.
I mean, at this rate, now we've seen it with quarterbacks. Quarterbacks have had great seasons at 39 and they hit 40 and they fall off a cliff. But, maybe this is the last great season that Ovechkin has in him. But, I mean, Mark, at the clip he's scoring goals, and goodness knows they'll keep him around. I mean, people still pay to see him. I mean, could he score 1,000 goals? He looks like he's going to get to 900 this year. And by the way, he missed a whole year. His rookie year, him and Sid Crosby both would have played an extra year in the league. They had what would have been their rookie year wiped out by a lockout. And then he had the one season cut short by COVID. I mean, Ovechkin probably have about 940 goals now.
And to me, the most impressive thing about what he's doing this year is he's doing it while they're winning. These goals mean something. Obviously, the empty netter last night with 1 second is an empty netter, but the goals matter. They're going to play meaningful hockey perhaps well into the summer or late spring.
I was just kind of wondering, who is he in our other stick and ball sports?
21,000's the text line if you want to chime in on that, as we had someone trying to come up with a trade earlier said, what about Joe Burrow for Dak Prescott in your Luka comparison?
Oh, I like the age difference.
Right.
Oh, okay. All right. I like that. See, some people, the wires cross very early in the morning. Miller and Moulton, a little sluggish. But, starting 5, that's next. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X, at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I did not see that, Racer. That's pretty funny.
What number's Terry Sawchuk? That funny.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. 1 hour from now, Greg Wyshynski, talk a little NHL. You would think their trade deadline's tomorrow afternoon, the way that league's been making deals in the last week. Talk a little Super Bowl, prop bets, have some fun with Dave Mason of Bet Online. Seth Everett makes his weekly appearance. We'll talk a little NFL as a whole and the game with Mark Dominic in our bonus hour. Right now it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
You know, Mark, Travis Kelce was asked numerous times how much longer you're going to keep playing. Well, somebody asked Andy Reid, hey there, big fella. How long are you going to keep coaching? I mean, Andy turns 67 next month. And Reid says, well, I'll coach at least one more year. Kind of going year to year. I know I'm coaching next year. And then we'll see. He's at 301 wins if you include the playoffs. 46 behind Shula. Figure even with Mahomes, I mean, unless you're going to put up a bunch of 14, 15 win seasons, you need, I mean, do you think he can catch him in 3 years?
No, 4.
So, you know, that would be coaching into the 2028 season.
I think when you have Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback, it's easier to stay young being a coach.
Andy Reid has won those 301 games, including playoffs, in 26 seasons as a head coach. That's really good. I mean, that's exceptional. And that's like 11 and a half wins a year. Includes playoffs, but 14 in Philly, 12 in Kansas City. He's looking for Super Bowl win number 4, you know. Belichick's got 6. Chuck Noll's got 4. Andy Reid's tied with Bill Walsh and Joe Gibbs at 3 each. Just saying. Speaking of the Chiefs, Mark, I don't know if you've heard, but if they win Sunday, that's a 3-peat.
Really?
And Pat
What does
Riley.
Pat Riley get out of the deal?
Well, Pat Riley owns 6 different patents that involve 3-peat. And he has not always been willing to share with other teams that were going for 3-peats. But he has made a deal with the Chiefs. They can say and use 3-peat. And they can print stuff that says 3-peat if they win. Now, Riley apparently, I mean, he gets a bunch of money out of this, but he apparently, any 3-peat money he's given to his foundation. I don't know the charitable causes that Pat Riley advocates for, but apparently anything having to do with 3-peat, he just sends that money to the foundation. but the Chiefs can use it if they win. Chiefs, in some places, for a brief time yesterday, Mark, I thought I saw the line reduced to a point. But they've been, for the most part, a 1.5 to 2 point favorite over the Eagles. But for a time yesterday, I thought I saw it reduced to 1.
I've still got it at 1.5, but it very well could have happened.
Remember Mason Crosby? He didn't kick last year. Hasn't kicked for the Packers in 2 years. He's 40 now. He announced his retirement yesterday. No Packers ever scored more, and I don't think there's a Packer who's played in more games either, because he played in 3 more games than Favre. But Crosby retired yesterday. Remember when Pat Kerwin, about 2/3 of the way through the season, Falcons started losing, Kirk Cousins wasn't looking good, and Pat said, I think he's hurt.
Yep.
He goes, something's not right with his throwing motion, his shoulder. He goes, I think he's hurt, and he's not telling us. Cousins yesterday said he got hurt week 10 against the Saints. And he hurt his throwing shoulder and elbow. And he tried to play through it. Now, the interesting thing is he was only on the injury report for 1 day, the whole season, for his shoulder and elbow. If you're a team out there who needs a quarterback, you going to roll the dice on Cousins? First off, if you trade for him, you have to assume his salary, which is $45 per. But the Falcons may just release him.
Yeah, I would be rolling the dice and wait for them to release him in March. I know they've said they're comfortable with Cousins being the backup to Penix. I don't think that they are.
And President Trump's going to the Super Bowl. No sitting president has ever gone to the game. He will be there. By the way, he taped an interview with Brett Baer of Fox, and it will air during the 3 o'clock hour. For those of you that watch the pregame and what have you, if you're interested, there you go. NBA. Luka was at the Lakers game yesterday. He's going to practice today. And then the Lakers will decide, all right, what kind of shape's he in? When do we think he's ready to go? That sort of deal. Luka hasn't played since Christmas. Calf injury. De'Aaron Fox, by the way, will make his Spurs debut tonight against Atlanta. Mark, you mentioned it. There was some good NBA last night. It wasn't good for the Heat, though. They were in control in Chicago going to the fourth. Had a 9-point lead. Got scored by 18 in the fourth quarter. 39-21. Bulls beat them 133-124.
That's a bad loss, no matter how you slice it. It really is.
Heat fall back to 500. Bulls right now the 10th and final play-in spot. Ahead of the Sixers. We had a Joel Embiid sighting last night.
He played hard and played well, David. Triple-double.
29 points, 11 rebounds, 10 assists at the game-winning bucket. Sixers edge the Mavs 118-116. They're still a game out of the play-in the East. The Celtics, they just tapped the Cavs on the shoulder last night in Cleveland. They said, you're going to be the 1 seed. We're going to be the 2. We'll see you in late May.
You called it. You said the Celtics would win. I thought being on the road would be a little tougher for them, but you're right. They showed the number 1 seed in the East who the best team in the East is.
When we're serious, we're different. Just want to let you know. Boston 112-105 over the Cavs. Karl Anthony Towns, 27 points, 20 rebounds. Knicks needed all of it, holding off Toronto north of the border, 121-115. Brooklyn hit 2 threes in the final 10 seconds, beat the Rockets, who are slumping.
Wow. What a just catastrophe for the Rockets. They give up the 3 and then throw the inbounds pass away on the very next play for back-to-back threes, and they lose the game.
Brooklyn 99-97. By the way, the Rockets are thinking about KD. The Rockets are like, we're a lot better, a lot faster than we thought we were going to be. We may throw a few chips in and go add Durant to this mix. I'll tell you what, Durant needs, if his only titles are with Golden State, I mean, don't you think Durant needs to lead somebody else to greatness? To put the cherry, the bow, what have you on his career?
100%. He was the best player on those Warriors team, but they were already winning titles.
I was going to say they went to, 4 straight finals without him? Won 3 times or something like that? People don't know how the Lakers are doing it, but the Lakers are on a roll. And LeBron's 84 years old, and he's destroying people. They beat the Clippers at the Clippers place last night by 25, 122-97. And they're not going to make the playoffs. At least that's what I've been telling you for the last 3 weeks. But the Portland Trailblazers have now won like 9 of 10. They beat Indiana by 23 last night. They just swept 2 from Phoenix. This is getting interesting. College hoops last night. It was close for a long time, but Auburn ends up blowing out Oklahoma. That's number 1 Auburn. It was close all night. Houston beat Oklahoma State by 9. Gators, it was close for most of the night. They pulled away from Vandy in the final 10 minutes without Walter Clayton. They beat the Commodores by 11. Purdue covered the 7.5 at Iowa. Our system play went 0-1. They won by 9. Those Boilermakers only missed 1 free throw. Iowa had 2 3-point attempts in the final 10 seconds. Couldn't hit one of them. St. John's, it was ugly. It was intense.
Really ugly.
It was intense. The Garden sounded like the Garden again.
It sounded fun. I mean,
for a St. John's game, it sounded like Louis and the boys in the mid-'80s. It did. St. John's a winner over Marquette, 70-64. St. John's and UConn on Friday, I think on Big Fox. Might be worth your time. Kentucky went to Ole Miss. Ole Miss was favored by 5.5 and won by 14. Texas Tech beat Baylor by 14. We told you the Hoosiers are going to be hard-pressed to win a game here for a while. They had a tough schedule. They went to Wisconsin, who's ranked, and Wisconsin beat them by 12. Mark, I didn't like your Sparty's chances last night. They came from 7 down at the half, tied it up. UCLA banked in the game winner with 7 seconds to go. UCLA 63-61 over Michigan State, who was unbeaten in the Big Ten until they went and, played those Big Ten powerhouses, USC and UCLA. Arizona beat BYU by 11. Hockey, Lightning with 2 in the third. Much needed 2 points against Ottawa, 4-3. Ovechkin an empty netter. He's 17 away from setting the all-time record. Caps with 4 in the third. Beat the Panthers 6-3. Bruins shut out Minnesota 3-0. They'd still be out of the playoffs if the playoffs started today. Lightning would have the final spot in the East. Columbus, big loss for them in Buffalo, 3-2. They're a point out of the playoffs. Jack Hughes with 2 goals. Devils beat the Penguins 3-2 in a shootout. Islanders have won 8 of 9. They beat Vegas 2-1. But how about the Red Wings?
How about the Red Wings? 7 straight, David.
Including 5-4 in a shootout against the Kraken. By the way, Patrick Kane in a shootout is filthy.
Yeah, I don't know how much he has left if they were to make the playoffs because his style doesn't equate and he never really did. But in 3-on-3 overtime and in shootouts, he's unreal, David.
Might be the best player in the league, I swear, in overtime and shootouts. Watch his shootout goal if you can. Ridiculous. Astros are going to retire Billy Wagner's number 13 of his 17 years in the majors. 9 of them were in Houston. 10th Astros number to be retired besides everybody retiring. Jackie Robinson's 42. And Tiger announced yesterday his mom died. Katida, who just a week ago was with Tiger at the TGL event. She passed away at the age of 80. And at 9 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories in Billy Wagner that you needed to know here on Miller and Moulton. I miss anything? I usually do.
LA beat Boston in TGL last night, David.
This is kind of like LIV. That sounds great. I don't know who's playing on any of these teams. Could they have just called it Team Tiger, Team Rory, Team Homa? That's what the LIV should have done. Team Kepka. Okay.
I'm with you.
I mean, I'll get into this team stuff. We don't know who the hell your team names are.
I will say the TGL using cities is far better than Live Golf using whatever they're using.
I know. I don't even know what they're using. 4 aces. Okay. First off, you guys aren't that good. Secondly, nobody gets 4 aces.
Not even DeChambeau at his house hitting it over the house to the backyard green, which, quite frankly, is more entertaining than watching most PGA Tour events these days.
Hey, by the way, Pebble Beach, highest rated PGA Tour event in a long time.
Yeah, it was on the cusp of being primetime golf, and this guy named Rory won.
$3.3 million for the final round, and they're jumping up and down over it. That gives you an idea. That would have been, by the way, highest rated golf tournament last year that wasn't a major or the Players. So PGA Tour is happy. $3.3 million for the final round, just to keep it in perspective.
Miller and Moulton. Greg Wyshynski coming up next hour. Dave Mason to talk some Super Bowl. Seth Everett also in the 8 o'clock hour. And Mark Dominic at 9 o'clock here on Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
We need a poll question.
We do. By the way, did you see the picture? Okay, it was Michigan State, UCLA. Kareem and Magic both at the game. Kareem wearing a UCLA thing, and Magic with his Spartans hoodie. Two of them sitting together. That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
I mean, them in the same conference is absurd, but that is pretty cool. I don't know, EB. I'll have to look it up.
Oh, that's cool.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. It is the first Wednesday of February. Thanks so much for being with us. Greg Wyshynski in a little more than a half an hour. We'll talk a little NHL. It's been a lively last week or so in the league. Major deals have gone down. You got the Four Nations event that's going to start, what is it, next week?
Yeah. I think
And
they're
so-
done. I think Saturday is the last game before the All-Star break.
And then, so we'll talk a little NHL with Greg Wyshynski. Dave Mason from Bet Online will join us. There's only about 800 prop bets associated with the Super Bowl. We'll go through some of the fun ones and also get his thoughts on the game. Seth Everett, Mark Dominic, also to join us for a lively Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us.
You're working and you're traveling a lot on Sundays during the season. You don't consume as much NFL on Sunday as I probably do.
Correct.
Just because of your traveling. When you get into town, you're able to consume a ton of it.
Correct. If I can get very
you
quickly.
get the early Sunday flight.
Yeah, if I get for like check-in, ESPN has rooms set up there's a couple different hotels they use, but the hotel that has Joe, Troy, the producer, and the director, they will set up a meeting room somewhere, and they will set up a bunch of TVs where they can literally get every single game that's being played. And so they'll have, and so you can sit in the room and order food on ESPN and watch all the games, literally. Volume on one, okay, and watch all the games.
I say that because for this year being Brady's first year, and maybe it was just the way games worked out and when the Bucks were playing and the Dolphins were playing and other games I was more interested in, I did not watch a ton of Tom Brady's broadcast this year. Just didn't work out that way. Or I should say I watched a lot of them. I didn't listen to many of them because there were other games at 4:00 when he was on that I was just more interested in.
Well, in the first 4 or 5 games that they did, Mark, they couldn't get a good one either.
Right.
They got blowout after blowout like the first 3-4 games of his broadcasting career.
So I don't know how much you or how much our listening audience really consumed Tom Brady, the broadcaster, this year.
A decent amount, because I got to where I needed to get on Sunday, and Brady almost always did a 425 game. And so I was usually there for that.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. You don't have a problem with Brady, the broadcaster. I would say, you gave him a C plus B minus grade for the year?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd go B minus, but don't get me wrong. He's not number one analyst worthy. He's not there yet. He's not. But I didn't, and I thought he got better as the year went on. I didn't think he was good the first month. Yeah, I'd go C-ish, C, maybe at most C plus. I thought he had a good NFC Championship game, though. I did. I thought he made good points. I like the fact he's hard on quarterbacks.
Not many are.
Even great ones. Even guys who are playing really well. They complete 15 straight passes. They miss a pass, and Brady's like, you got to hit that pass. It's like, Tom, guy's been Tom doesn't care, man. Tom's like, you got to make that throw. Huh? Okay.
And my biggest problem with Brady when I've watched is that his voice does not do anything for me. His voice is not Romo. I don't like Romo. Romo's voice is fine. Romo's voice can carry, and I'm doing it with Nance, I get it. But Romo can help carry a broadcast. He's got a powerful voice. Brady, to me, does not have a powerful voice. And that's part of doing the job well, in my opinion. Maybe not to all of you, but now he's being put on the biggest stage. I'm very curious what the sports world's going to think of Brady come Monday.
Let me ask you this. Do you want Brady in this game talking about his Super Bowl experiences?
If it applies in certain situations, absolutely.
Well, what situation wouldn't it apply?
I don't know.
He played in 10 of them. There aren't a lot of situations that he wasn't in. I guess he wasn't in a getting beat badly situation. It's about the only situation he wasn't in. What's his biggest defeat? The Eagles beat him by 8. If you think about it, his biggest win was when he beat Mahomes and the Chiefs. Every other Super Bowl he was in, Mark, wasn't it a one-score game?
Yeah, played in great Super Bowls.
I think he played, technically at the very end, the win over the Rams, his last Super Bowl win with the Patriots, was a 2-score win. As you pointed out yesterday, the Greg Zuerlein kick cost you how much money again?
$8,000.
Right. Okay. So technically they won by 10, but the game was tied, I think, going to the fourth quarter. Basically, he played in 9 one-score Super Bowls, essentially. Technically 8, but 9 one-score Super Bowls.
So, yeah, I would like him to put, some of the comments he's already made, telling guys to relax. In the first quarter, how to, as a quarterback, how to get your team to calm down, I think would be important. He's probably lived through that.
Right. That's the part that I'm wondering. It's the fine line between the broadcaster talking about himself, but what if the broadcaster talking about himself is actually kind of what I want to hear? Because I'd like some stories. I'd like some perspective. Can you give me a situation of a guy hyperventilating? And were you hyperventilating? Joe Montana admitted after the fact that during one of the game-winning drive against the Bengals, he called the timeout. He was hyperventilating. I mean, that's what I'm curious, because you got to think, first off, nobody's played more, right? I mean, has anybody played in more than 10 Super Bowls? I mean, it seems preposterous, right?
Right.
So no one's played more of them. No one's won more of them. The position that he played, he's been an underdog in the game. He's been a heavy favorite in the game. He's won. He's lost. I mean, he's got a lot of perspective on this game and whether or not this game is as different from all the others as we're led to believe it is. Or is it? And if it's not, please tell. I actually want Brady, and you could argue this is stuff for a studio show. But to me, as stuff is unfolding, it's that fine line between, can you interject a story or something, a snippet, to make us feel even a little bit more about the pressure, the excitement of the Super Bowl, while not totally talking about, well, what I was in. I mean, but Mark, I mean, is there an analyst who has more insight into a game than Tom Brady in the Super Bowl?
No. And David, to your point, you've got to figure out how to slip them in. And I think first quarter is an ideal time to be talking about the nerves and the stories, and also the third quarter. Because what do you have? The longest halftime that these guys have to deal with. He's had to deal with this 10 times. He knows what it's like to take a 30-minute break, essentially, before coming back for the second half.
And he can also talk about, in essence, his experience, but talk about how Belichick and Arians handled it. Also, he doesn't have to make it all about himself, like that long delay. And he could say, the first couple we played into the Patriots, Belichick and the coaching staff had us do this. By the last few, we did this. Meanwhile, when I was in Tampa, I don't know. I want Tom to take the risk Sunday of trying to interject his experiences in this game while broadcasting this game. Because otherwise, why did you pay to hire him, quite frankly? I mean, didn't you, in some ways, this is kind of the game you hired him for, right? I mean, when we say the Super Bowl, what's the first thing you think of? Who's the first person you think of? Super Bowl.
Tom Brady.
I mean,
Belichick and Brady maybe, but.
And some may say Lombardi, or if you're a Steelers fan, I get it. But I mean, to 100, if we put 100 people in the room and the room's quiet, we hadn't brought up a subject, and a person walks in the room and a light appears, and you have a small piece of paper and a pen, and the person who's now in the light says, write down the first person you think of when you think of the Super Bowl. Don't you think Brady would get the most votes?
Yes, absolutely, and he should.
So now
I think it'll be, it's one of the parts of the game we've not talked about a whole lot. You're involved in network broadcast at the highest level. I think it's a big part of this because I don't think Brady has been universally loved this year as a broadcaster.
Correct.
And obviously this is a big moment. He can change everything in his broadcast career with a great game on Sunday.
Yes. He can change a lot of it because like Romo's made his bones in that first AFC Championship game that he did. When he was calling out the plays that Brady and the Patriots were running down the stretch on the game-tying drive and then the overtime drive. When he said Brady's going to the line of scrimmage right now and he's just looking at this one guy. And if he stands here, they do this. And if he stands here, they do that. And he was right. And everybody was like, oh my goodness, I've never seen or heard anything like this.
We definitely have upset at least one listener who has sent a series of texts of how much he hates Tom Brady, wanting an alternative broadcast to be able to listen to anything else.
I don't think Fox does those. You could get Ian Eagle in the international feed somewhere. I don't know who his analyst is, but I know Ian Eagle's doing play-by-play.
Or sync up the radio broadcast with a TV broadcast. I don't know who's doing the Westwood 1 game.
I think it's Harlan. I think
Is
it
it?
might be Harlan and Kurt Warner.
So you don't have a lot of choices when it comes to Sunday.
So in other words, the first person that guy thinks of when we say Super Bowl is Tom Brady. He just hates him. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I need a poll question.
Favorite broadcast crew? Burkhart Brady, Buck Aikman.
Tarico Collinsworth, Michaels Herbstreit. It's a lot of spelling for you.
Oh, I know. Why don't you put the poll question up then? God dang it, that's funny.
Can I do it? Like me being where I am, can I do it? Or
You could if you had the password information to get into the...
okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this hump day, the first Wednesday of February. And thanks for listening. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Greg Wyshynski, talk a little hockey in 15 minutes. Dave Mason from Bet Online will discuss some of the fun prop bets involved with Super Bowl 59. Plus, also just find out who's the money coming in on, things like that. Seth Everett, Mark Dominic, also on the show today. Miller and Moulton Broadcasting, Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. Hey, we need a poll question. And I know you recommended that we do something with today being National Flatulence Day, although it's not called that.
National Fart Day. I want everyone to go into their office today, whether loud or silent, and just let it go.
Don't be silent. No crop dusting.
If you're going to be silent, do it next to someone's office and walk away. Do a little crop dusting.
I'll tell you what, and I know I said this recently on the show, so sorry to be repetitive, but it struck me this year how much crop dusting is done on airplanes. Man, oh man, was it a rough year of flying. And I'm not just talking about the 10 trips to the Mountain and Pacific time zones. My goodness, were people crop dusting this year. I literally would go into surgery holding one in before I would do something like that around that many people or an elevator or something like that. Literally, I would cause myself a staggering amount of physical pain before I would just let one rip. And people treated it like they were in their man cave. Unbelievable. And I mean, not just sneaking one out the side either. I'm talking about, so bad that you literally go, oh my goodness.
And you have, right? You said it out loud.
Every time. If you are that rude, that obnoxious, I am going to draw attention to it. I literally, one time this year, stood up and said, who the hell did that?
You are an American treasure, David.
You got it. I'm an American treasure. You crop dusted about 6 rows.
Could have been a little old lady that couldn't keep it in. You don't know.
Fine, then own it. Own it. That was me. Own it. You gotta be kidding me. No. I looked at the person next to me. We took our shirts and put it over our noses. It was so bad. The one time I did say, that's not me, by the way. I just want everybody to know it's not me.
And everybody thought it was you at that point.
No, they start laughing because they know what somebody nearby. I mean, and you start looking, you got 6 people, 3 to each side, and you're adding up the rows. So you got somewhere between 24 and 36 people here who are potentially guilty. And everybody's looking around going, who do you think it was? Well, what's the first thing you think of? A, you think man. B, you think heavier.
You think fat guy.
You do.
You do.
And
look it or not, if you really are thinking, you really think it was the lady that's in great shape in row 6, seat A? No.
No.
You look for the fat guy.
On the aisle, right. Uh-huh.
Where do you sit, David?
On the aisle. So, no, and I don't care the whole whoever smelt it, dealt it. I don't care. No. And if you think that because I'm speaking up that I am the guilty one, that's fine. But I am clearing my conscience. It was not me. And let me tell you, there were probably, now granted, I'm on 80 flights, but there were a dozen instances of crop dusting this year. It was
I think it's
unreal.
something in row 30. They walked past you, they let it go, and they just kept on walking.
Man, oh man. That's the other thing. Can't you get yourself up and at least take yourself into the bathroom? Do it there?
I'd like to crop dust first class as I'm walking back to coach.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
All right. I have an idea for a poll question.
Okay.
Who is your favorite lead announcing crew in the NFL? Lead announcing, the A teams. I know there are plenty of others, and I'm not going to get into all that. But we have 5 A teams, essentially. One has to get booted because we've only got enough spots for 4.
Well, I mean, Fox, NBC, CBS,
ESPN, and Amazon.
Well,
I would bump Amazon.
okay.
I would go with the Burkhardt Brady, the Tarico Collinsworth, the Nance Romo, the Buck Aikman. Those would be my nominees.
All right. Okay.
You all right with that?
Sure. What the heck? What the heck? We just talked about Brady broadcasting the Super Bowl. Sure. Go with it. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Tell you what, a lot of spelling there.
I think I've got everything right, David.
Nance with a Z, Tarico with 2 I's.
I think I've got it. If I misspelled something, that's on me. But I think we're okay.
Does Burkhardt have a D at the end? Is it DT or just T?
It's DT.
Right. That's what I thought.
It's DT.
Right. So, just want to make sure. Fortunately, Brady, Romo, Buck, some of them are very easy.
Right, and I can't figure out how to put crop dusting into a poll question that people would answer honestly.
Well, I don't know. Somebody just admitted in our Twitch chat room, quote, I'm a serial crop duster. There's got to be like a 30-day treatment center for that, isn't there?
I don't think so. I have no problem with it.
What?
I really don't.
Oh, my goodness. Maybe that should have been the poll question.
Do you have a problem with crop dusting?
Yeah. And in parenthesis, and we don't mean farming, but boom.
I'm not afraid to put 2 poll questions up in one day.
Okay.
But that second one's got to be worded perfectly.
Well, it's your question. Go for it, Bianchi. Go for it. Speaking of Bianchi, who's based in Orlando, did you see UCF announce their schedule, their football
Yes.
schedule?
Yes, I saw one game in particular.
Well, and it's a non-conference game because they play 4 of their 9 Big 12 games at home. For those that care, UCF's Big 12 home games are Kansas, West Virginia, Houston, and Oklahoma State. Their road Big 12 games are K-State, Cincinnati, Baylor, Texas Tech, and BYU. Now, can I just stop for a moment? Is that working for you, UCF fan? I'm serious. Oh, you're in the power conference, the whole deal. I get it. But Kansas, West Virginia, Houston, Oklahoma State, K-State, Cincinnati, Baylor, Texas Tech, BYU. How much is that working for you?
As
Just
opposed
curious.
to what they were playing in the American?
I'm just asking.
No.
all.
To me, I think it's significant. I do.
Okay.
And I was not, I don't want to say I wasn't on board because I thought both UCF and USF should have gone together, but that just was never in the cards. And I think they should be playing USF. But their schedule has significance now. They're playing real teams.
Okay. I'm just asking. But they've got 3 non-conference home games, Mark. Jacksonville State, North Carolina A&T to start the year. Oh, yeah, and on September 20th, they host North Carolina.
Oh, how about that?
Mac Brown. I mean, Bill Belichick.
Coming to the bounce house, baby.
Can you wear a hoodie that early in the year in Florida? I mean, what do you think the game time temperature? I'm assuming it's like a 7 o'clock game. On September 20th in Orlando is going to be like 88?
127 degrees.
I mean, it'd be weird if Belichick's in a golf shirt. I mean, have we ever seen him in a golf shirt? Greg Wyshynski's next. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Didn't he wear the sweatshirt that he cut the sleeves off of? So there was a woman in a middle seat that I was next to who took her shoes off, and her feet stunk. And I waited a few minutes and I leaned over and I said, "Is that your feet?" And she kind of leaned over and said, "Yeah, I think so." I go, "Do you have any perfume?" And so she sprayed her feet with some perfume.
I don't know what's worse, the bad feet or the perfume mixed with the bad feet.
Yeah, I know, but it was not good. And
I wouldn't have been that nice. I'd have said, "Put your shoes on."
I said, because the other alternative is then you got to open up the vents and it can be and get you cold and what have you. And so I said to her, I go, said I can open up the air vent, but you're probably going to get cold. Yeah, my theory is we're all in this together on a plane. Like, overhead space and all that. We're in this together. We got to make this work. We need to cooperate. I might be naive in thinking that way on a plane, but
Voicemail.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Dave Mason from Bet Online will join us then to talk about some of the prop bets with the Super Bowl, also where the money's coming in from. Have some fun with it. The anthem, prop bets like that. Seth Everett, 1 hour from now. Mark Dominic in our bonus hour to talk a little NFL. And, of course, Super Bowl 59 specifically with the former general manager of the Tampa Bay Bucks here on Miller and Moulton. Our poll question, Tom Brady's broadcasting his first Super Bowl. So who's your favorite NFL A team, if you will? There's 5 of them. We only have room for 4. So Al and Kirk got the boot. We went with the boys on Fox, CBS, NBC, ABC, ESPN. What's your favorite NFL announcing team? With Burkhardt and Brady doing their first Super Bowl together. It'll be Burkhardt's second. And how about that, by the way? You do the same game twice if you're Kevin Burkhardt. He and Olsen did Chiefs Eagles. 2 years later, he and Brady are doing Chiefs Eagles. Okay. I just hope it's another, the Patriots gave us good Super Bowls. The Chiefs have given us good Super Bowls. Let's go. For that matter, the Eagles, outside of the first one, but, during the 2000s, the Eagles have given us good Super Bowls. Let's go.
You and I are the same in that. A bunch of people have asked me what I think of the game, and I said, I hope it's a game when the fourth quarter starts.
Yep.
But if it's not a game, if we were to get a lopsided affair on Sunday, who is more likely to be on the winning end?
Ooh. That could have been a poll question, by the way. So if all of a sudden somebody's kind of like when the Bucks and the Chiefs played in the Super Bowl, and it ended up not being close, and it was Tampa Bay who was winning comfortably. Interesting. And obviously you could sell it different ways. I like that. I'll think about that a little bit. So Dave Mason, Seth Everett, Mark Dominic to join us on the show. Let's talk a little hockey now, shall we? Not many people cover the sport better than Greg Wyshynski, ESPN, ESPN.com. You can follow him on X. Wyshynski's with 2 Y's, WYSHY and SKI. Greg, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
It is far too early to task people with attempting to spell my last name. It's something I've cursed my children with. We don't have to have the listeners have to carry that curse as well.
Well, we're into spelling on this show. We take great time making sure we spell our poll questions correctly. I just want to make sure, we send them on the right path. Hey, you'd have thought the NHL trading deadline's tomorrow afternoon with the way they've been dealing lately. I kind of like them getting an early start. How about you?
Well, yeah. Well, we have to remember that the reason that we're getting an early start is because there's kind of like 2 different trade deadlines now. There's the one on March 7th, which is the actual NHL trade deadline. And then we kind of have like this artificial one, which is the start of the upcoming Four Nations tournament. The thing with Canada, Sweden, the U.S. and Finland that's coming up in about a week or so here, actually. The season's going to take a break, about a 2.5-week break, and it seems like teams are like, all right, let's get our business done. Let's see where we stand. Let's give these guys some runway to get used to their teams, and then we can reconvene after the break. But I definitely think that the tournament has created a second trade deadline that has certainly influenced a lot of these moves that we've seen.
All right. I have been moderately high on the Four Nations tournament. I think that, all-star games are boring. We don't hit. They've been that way for a long, long time. But the minute you put that USA sweater on or that Team Canada sweater on and the puck goes in the corner and a guy named Tkachuk decides to hit somebody, because I don't know if he can play any other way, it's game on. Do you think we have any chance of that happening?
That's kind of what they're hoping for. I actually talked to Brady Tkachuk for a story that I'm doing on him later on, either this week or next week. And we talked about I asked him, where is Four Nations on your radar? And he said, look, man, there isn't a group chat with the boys right now. It's early. It's everybody's kind of got their heads in their own playoff races, what's happening in the regular season. But as we get closer to it, I think those guys are all going to be a little bit more hyped about it. And ultimately, you're right. One of my favorite stories to tell about the USA-Canada rivalry was in 2010. I covered the Olympics in Vancouver, and I remember talking to Patrick Kane about the USA-Canada rivalry, and he told me that when he was growing up, he was demeaned by young Canadian players, saying you're not good enough and you're not a good player because you're American, because you're not a Canadian. And so this is Patrick Kane we're talking about, right? Like one of the most skilled players in history was being told this by Canadian kids because he wasn't born in Canada. So this is the burden that American kids grow up with in hockey. And so you're absolutely right. Like, now that that Team USA has arguably a deeper pool of talent than the Canadians this time round, if you want to like put goaltending over it as being pretty important, which is something the US has that Canada doesn't. This is like their first real shot to, stand toe to toe with Canada in one of these tournaments, and then, do it again in the Olympics. So I completely agree. I think while the league might be struggling a little bit with getting people super excited about this tournament, the minute the U.S. and Canada step on the ice together, oh, and by the way, they're both wearing color jerseys. So Canada's going to wear red and we're going to wear blue, which is going to be dope. I think it's going to be, let's go, ring the bell. It's going to be a prize fight.
And I know folks in North America won't care, but Sweden and Finland aren't exactly crazy about each other on the ice either. So, when they play a certain part. Now, don't you think, though, it's missing something without having the Russians? And did the NHL have to exclude the Russians? Did we have to get political with this?
That's a great question. I think a lot of the boys struggle with calling this a best-on-best tournament if you don't have the Russians in there, because those are some of the best players in the world. The reason we have this Four Nations tournament is because they couldn't figure out how to hold a World Cup of hockey with Russian involvement. And it's not necessarily the NHL being like, we don't want the Russians. I mean, like, there's been no repercussions for the Russians to play their league. It's the fact that Finland and Sweden and other countries that would have, sent their players and participated in a World Cup were like, nope, not if the Russians are there. And so it kind of put the NHL and the NHLPA behind the eight ball as far as like, how do we hold a tournament that's going to get people excited for the return of NHL players to the Olympics if we can't have Russia? And so they settled on this. The other thing, too, is that the Russians are still being ostracized by the international hockey community. The International Ice Hockey Federation, which is the group that runs a lot of these international tournaments, has a hand in running the Olympic tournament, banned Russia and Belarus from any play within the 2025-26 seasons. That's World Championships, World Juniors. So what the NHL is doing is kind of running parallel to what's happening to Russia still for the international community. And it's going to be up to the IOC, one of my least favorite organizations in the world, to figure out whether Russia will participate in the Olympic tournament or, it's going to be one of these, let's name them something else type deals.
Yeah, the IOC gives FIFA a run for their money on worst organizations in sport. The NCAA would be right there with them, Greg.
I've covered like 5 Olympics, man. I am staggered sometimes by how the IOC operates, and I'm glad we're on the same page on that.
All right, Ovechkin got another empty netter last night. He's closing in on Gretzky's record. The thing we all thought is that, at least some of us thought, is that Washington was going to keep hanging on to Ovechkin. They were going to get him his record, and it was going to hurt Washington's ability to be good. They're the best team in the East. They just whacked Florida last night. How good is this Capitals team?
They're real good. I actually did a deep dive on this last month on ESPN.com. You can probably find it still there, about how the Capitals were able to retool around Ovechkin while other teams, cough, cough, the Pittsburgh Penguins, could not reload around their star players in the same way. Some of it is luck. The Capitals have 2 guys, Nick Backstrom and TJ Oshie, on long-term injured reserve, and were able to use their salary cap space to make some pretty big moves in the offseason, getting Pierre-Luc Dubois, Jacob Chikrin. Both those guys have worked out really well for them. But what Washington does really, really well is they've, for all the success that they've had, I think there's only been around 3 drafts since Ovechkin first made the playoffs where they didn't have a first-round pick. They do a great job of holding onto their picks, drafting and developing young players. They've got a great minor league system that they have a team in Hershey that's always successful. They're just real smart about it. And the other thing that they do really well, which is the thing that I think teams are going to steal from them, they buy low on players. I mentioned that Dubois guy. Like, he was in Los Angeles last year. He got run out of town basically for how bad he was. And then the Capitals are like, nah, we see something in this guy. They swing a trade. They trade their goalie, Darcy Kemper, for him. They take on this massive contract that he has. and he's been incredible. I mean, he's literally resurrected his career, and they keep doing this type of trade and this kind of signing, and it's paying off. And it's really one of the best stories in the league as far as how do you keep the train rolling when you have a superstar that's, you know, pushing 40.
So the East is crazy. We're talking NHL. Greg Wyshynski covers the NHL and hockey for ESPN and ESPN.com. So the East is nuts. All but like 3 teams are in it. Meanwhile, in the West, there's really only 9 teams for 8 spots. What's your thought on Colorado? Are they just killing time to the postseason, or are they just not what they were 2-3 years ago?
Well, they're in an interesting spot. I mean, obviously they make the huge Mikko Rantanen trade, sending him to Carolina. That's their second leading scorer, the 6th leading scorer in the league, one of the best scoring wingers over the last 5 or 6 years. And oh, by the way, like a guy who lights it up in the playoffs. And so they do that because they don't want to be too top heavy salary wise. They're going to have to pay him as a free agent. In a couple of years, they're going to have to pay Cale Makar, considered the best goalie in the defenseman rather in the world, another massive contract. So they make this call to trade this guy and not be top heavy. But then, you know, you've got to then start filling out the rest of the roster, because that was sort of their mission here. Was overall they said we're not good enough depth wise to challenge for a championship. Well, now they have to start, you know, building out their depth. So when that trade happened, a lot of people around the league were texting me and saying, what are they going to do? Like, who is the center to play behind Nathan McKinnon that they're targeting? And we're all sort of waiting for it. You know, is this a year where they're going to take a step back maybe and reassess in the off season? Or is this a year where they're going to put the pedal down and still believe they have a chance to win the cup by making a big move before the deadline? We're all wait and see on the Avalanche.
What are the Tampa Bay Lightning right now? Because they seemingly, you know, nice win last night, one that was needed against Ottawa. They have been a team in the last 5 years that really all but 1 year, the move they made at the deadline has worked. It looks to me like they're a team that needs to make a move if they're going to make a playoff push. Do they have the resources to do it, and what type of move should they make?
I mean, I think right now you're looking at a team that is pretty comfortable with the talent they have in their top 6. You know, I mean, obviously Kucherov is having another MVP level season. Brandon Hagel's become a star. You know, Braden Point, like all those players, they know what they're getting out of them. I've long said that, you know, the problem with the Lightning and the problem that they've had in contending for another Stanley Cup is that they've been unable to replicate the depth that they had when they won those back-to-back cups. I mean, I'm talking about guys like Yanni Gourde and Blake Coleman and players like that. They've not been able to really find those grunts that did such a good job for them in those cup runs. So, you know, they've built out their depth a little bit. I think this is a better, deeper team than it was last year. But they clearly still need to do some work there. So that's probably the target as we get closer to March 7th. Not only to add some forward depth, but probably another body on that blue line that is still sort of missing the talents of Mikhail Sergachev they traded last offseason.
As always, we appreciate your time and your insight. We know travel will get better for you with the 4 Nations thing over 2 weeks. That'll be easier, but hopefully we can talk again in and around the deadline.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, I'll be up in Boston for those games, and that means I'm not guaranteed a USA-Canada game, which means I won't be painting my face in the press box for that game. But hopefully they meet again in the championship. That'd be fun. Greg
Wyshynski, he covers the NHL for ESPN and ESPN.com. Follow him on X. Wyshynski with 2 Y's, WYSHYNSKI. Greg Wyshynski, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. We'll switch gears. We'll talk the Super Bowl and all the bets you can make on it next. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Irish football, by Putin, you mean invading Ukraine, right? I mean, that's the synonym, right? Bless you.
Thank you.
Putin equals invading Ukraine. I would think, yeah, that's why. Yeah. Continental Europe's not very happy about it. Thought I'd send you a little message there. It was sent to me.
I saw that. Thank you. Oh, is this Dave Mason?
He calls us. Yeah.
Miller and Moulton. Hello. Yeah, Greg said he had us for 7:45 for some reason.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Right. Whatever. He came on.
He's always great. I don't even make my kids spell their name this early.
So my nephew who is on the spectrum. And, he's struggled with different things and all that, but he's been swimming throughout. He won 4 events in a high school swimming as a freshman, 100, 200, and 2 relays.
Wow.
Right. Miller and Moulton. Hey, Dave, how
This moment in time, better line.
Dave is set.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home in the 239 and the 904. Final hour of the show in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas. Thanks so much for being with us, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett to join us in a little more than a half an hour. Make sure you answer our poll question. The favorite NFL A team from a broadcasting standpoint. There's 5 of them. We had to eliminate Al and Kirk. And so you let us know. Fox, ABC, NBC, CBS, which A team you like best. Vote accordingly. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Dave Mason is kind enough to join us. He is the Bet Online Sportsbook brand manager. You can follow Dave on X at Dave Mason, BOL, Dave Mason, BOL. Dave, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
I'm well. How are you guys?
Well, we are doing well. All right, let's cover a lot of ground here. We got about 10, 12 minutes. So how much money is just bet on, the game, and how much money is bet on the prop bets? Is this a mostly prop bet thing, or is this mostly a game thing?
Nah, it's both. I mean, props have really grown with the Super Bowl. I mean, for years they have, right? But I mean, every year it's been more and more and more. Back when I started this industry 20 years ago, we used to pat ourselves on the back that we would have 300 props for the game. Now it's just infinitesimal. I mean, it's just so many different entertainment props and exotic props. And then you have the regular game props and can parlay those into countless combinations. So the props are just an absolutely huge part of this game. During the regular season in an NFL game, props would probably do about 10 to 15% of the overall money. With the Super Bowl, it's probably cut pretty close to 50-50 now. So props is just a massive part. But no, the big three, the spread, the total, the money line, and the teasers and parlays on those, that's still the meat and potatoes. But all those countless props markets just add up, though. So it's close to 50-50 for the Super Bowl now.
With fantasy football becoming as popular as it is, and now you don't do a lot of fantasy in the postseason, and those people kind of get into the prop bets, is the profitability of prop bets as good as it once was, with so many people thinking they're experts in the fantasy football world, which kind of leads to prop bets?
For some, it is, absolutely. I mean, there's definitely a lot more props experts out there, and it's something for the Super Bowl. I mean, the more markets we have and the more markets we have to manage, it leads to more opportunity for a sharp bettor, for guys that know. I mean, we just have countless countless markets. I mean, we're not going to be on all of them. We might not see something right on a market or whatever. We're going to be off without a doubt. You know, the spread, the total, the money line, that science is there for us. We've been there, done that so many times, and we take the sharp action to help us sculpt the odds and the public action where we can tweak it one way or another. So we can do that blindfolded. But the props, that's a whole different animal. So that's in the Super Bowl. That's where the opportunities are for a bettor to make a good profit. It's just scouring through all those props. Again, it's going to take a little bit of time because there's list after list, and finding an angle where we might be off.
BetOnline has over 1,000 props on Super Bowl 59. Dave Mason is the brand manager for the BetOnline Sportsbook, betonline.ag. All right, at this moment in time, and obviously we got, 100 plus hours, but at this moment in time, what's the spread, total, and money line on this game?
Yeah, spread moved from 1.5, KC -1.5 to -1 yesterday. 56% of the cash is on KC. The money line is now KC -121. That moved down a little bit. We took some sharp action on Philly at +107 a couple of days ago. 69% of the cash is on KC there. Then the total moved from 49 to 48.5 yesterday, even though 64% of the cash is on the over. It's gonna tweak a little bit here and there, but it'll by kickoff be right around those odds, but it might half point either way.
So we've had a handicapper on our show for 15 years. Same guy. We have a great relationship with him. His daughter is now an aspiring performer and has sung anthems at various, Heat games and Bulls games over the years. And she has, I think for the last 10 years, been able to hit the over-under on the anthem. She's money. I don't care about the handicapper anymore. We're interested in the anthem. How do you guys go about getting over-unders on a national anthem?
Yeah, first of all, can you please pass me off her name so we can hire her next year? Secondly, I mean, that's a perfect example of how there's this winning opportunities. This woman probably knows a lot more about entertainment and anthems and singing than, us knuckleheads do. When something like an anthem, when a singer's announced, we go over to YouTube and we start looking at what this guy or gal has done before. Have they done national anthems before? And John Batiste has. This one's kind of unique. The one of them, he didn't even play. He didn't even sing. He played guitar, then he went to piano, then he sang again. So our notes specifically say, first word to last word. If he doesn't say anything, those bets are no action. But we came up with 125 seconds, and that's getting bet down. It's down to 120 and a half seconds. So, the anthem's a tricky one, too, because late in the week, probably tomorrow or Friday, they're gonna have rehearsals, and news could spread. There could be a security guard in there with a stopwatch who's getting paid off by some wise guy, and all of a sudden, all these syndicates bet the under or the over all at once, and that's when we know that they had their rehearsal and information got leaked.
Has Taylor Swift affected the handle? I know you have specific Taylor Swift prop bets. Have you noticed over the last couple Super Bowls in the last 2-3 seasons that Taylor Swift's presence has truly affected the handle when it comes to prop betting?
Well, it's hard to. Well, definitely. I mean, we have so many Taylor Swift prop bets, and last year we had an absolute ton. It seemed like the story was bigger last year. I think people are kind of drained from the Taylor Swift money storyline. That being said, it's gonna bring all her casuals in, right? It definitely impacted the props related to her last year. I mean, we had 89 Taylor Swift props last year, and I think we have 89 this year. I haven't really counted them all, but we take great action on them, so it definitely brings in more bettors on that. whether it brings them more action on the overall markets, it doesn't hurt. It's hard to say exactly, but, she's bringing in so many more eyeballs on the game that, people want to be. And that's a prime example of these Super Bowl props. It's like you just need to offer props on everything. And, so many casuals or non-football fans tune in. And but a lot of these people don't even know what a spread or a total means or what a teaser. They don't know a teaser from a parlay, but they're big Taylor Swift fans and they want to bet on the color of her, what clothes she has. They might know, what she's going to do when she cheers or whatever. And we have markets for those people as well.
When it comes to the prop bets and getting these ready, obviously, we have 2 weeks for the Super Bowl. How many hours are spent? How quickly do you guys go from Chiefs, Eagles in the Super Bowl to being able to get all of these prop bets out and available?
Yeah. It takes a while. I mean, the first wave is the main player props, and they're easier. The over under rushing yards for Barkley, over under passing yards for Mahomes, TDs, etc. We already have that data, so that's easy. We have those. We have loads of data to do those, and that's a lot more automated. So that's easy. But then it comes to the exotics and all the original stuff and unique stuff. That takes days. I mean, we're still adding stuff to our site. We have a bunch of stuff loaded into the back end. We're just going to make sure the wording's all right and the odds are what we think they are. And we're going to be open to the rest of them today, maybe even some tomorrow. But it takes days. I mean, we've been working on this unique exotic stuff. Like last week, we come up with ideas. We come up with all these ideas. What kind of food will they mention in relation with Andy Reid during the game? Hamburger, that's the favorite. Pizza's second, et cetera, et cetera. So we have all that stuff. We're coming up with all these emails week one, and we're kind of narrowing it down and then working on the wording. And then this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're uploading that onto the site. I mean, there's a lot of manual labor too. It's not that's the tedious part. Is the guys just adding this into the back end and making sure there's no typos. And, there's thousands, hundreds, if not 1,000 of these things. So, it's really monotonous work. So that's the tedious part. Isn't really the ideas. That's week one. It's more this adding it to the back end of our site. So, they're 100% correct when we open them up and there's no mistakes.
There seems to be a little less interest, at least right now, in this game than we've sensed in past years. Has that affected the amount of bets and the amount of money that so far has been bet through Bet Online on this game, or does that have no interest?
We haven't seen it. I mean, I'm comparing it to numbers. We still have a few days to go, and that's when probably 20% or 80% of the action is yet to come in. Early action is on par with last year, and last year was our biggest Super Bowl ever. But no, I get it. I think there's a little bit of fatigue with the Chiefs. This is a rematch from 2 years ago. But at the end of the day, it's Super Bowl Sunday. Right. At the end of the day, you hear that, and at the end of the day, what else are you going to do on Sunday? You know what I mean? There's going to be parties. The guys like you and me, we're going to be watching the game no matter what. It doesn't matter who's playing in it. It's the last NFL game of the year. It's the biggest sports day of the year for North Americans. And the casuals, I mean, the parties, and okay, I'll watch it. And you know what I mean? So I hear that, but I think come Sunday people are going to watch it, and there's history made, and Patrick Mahomes is going for a three-peat here. I mean, that's history right there. So we hear that with all the Brady Super Bowls too, and I was tired of them too. I was tired of New England, and I didn't want to do any more Belichick. What kind of hoodie he's going to wear? Props, but people kept watching. People kept betting it.
Dave Mason, Bet Online, the sports book. He's their brand manager. Follow him on X, Dave Mason, BOL, betonline.ag. Dave, thanks for making time for us, and best of luck.
Hey, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend.
Dave Mason from Bet Online. Seth Everett in 25 minutes on Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So Nissan and Honda have decided not to merge after all.
Thank you for that.
That's our CNBC business update. Larry, we just talked to Greg Wyshynski about that half hour ago, and Mark is very interested.
So Devontae Smith's over-under on targets is 6.5.
Okay.
He's played the Chiefs 3 times, 6+ catches in all games, 99+ yards in all 3 games, and 2 explosives in all 3 games. He's got 6+ catches in all 3 games. Don't you think he's going to get 7 targets?
I like it. I like the way you're thinking there.
Adam Schefter just tweeted out, Eli Manning already knows whether he will or won't be a part of the Pro Football Hall of Fame class in 25. Huh? But his big brother Peyton doesn't. Everybody else will find out Thursday night. Huh?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Thank you.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Seth Everett to join us in a little more than 15 minutes time. Mark Dominic in 40 minutes. We'll talk about the league and Super Bowl 59 with the former general manager of the Bucs, who now is a part of SiriusXM's NFL radio. Our poll question, our Swamp Buggy Races poll question, go to swampbuggy.com. Get all the info you need for the races the first weekend in March in Naples. Final races of the year, swampbuggy.com. It's going to be Brady's first Super Bowl as a broadcaster. And so we just said, okay, which broadcast duo in the NFL do you like the best? There's 5 A teams. We took Al and Kirk off the list because they can't do a Super Bowl. We put the other 4 who can on it. Who do you like best? Burkhardt Brady, Nance Romo, Tarico Collinsworth, Buck Aikman. Which one's your favorite A team? Vote accordingly. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
David, I read an article yesterday and I kind of texted it to myself to bring it up for a short segment.
Okay.
But the NCAA Rules Committee is discussing changes on the faking injuries.
Okay.
And one of the proposals they have is that if you fake an injury or if you're injured, claim it to be injured, you have to sit out for the remainder of that drive.
Okay.
Do you think that works at all? Because you do college football. We watch college football a lot. This is a problem. When a guy is fine, looks at the sidelines, and then falls down.
Right.
We've all seen it.
Right. He's been shot. Yep.
Do you think it's a big problem, first of all?
I don't know about big problem. I think it's a problem. I think it is widespread. I think there are certain teams that are better at doing it. I would like there to also be a penalty. Like, are they also talking about giving them a 10 or 15-yard penalty and then the guy has to sit out? Because to me, Mark, it should be like hockey. You know, when they decide that a guy is taking a dive in hockey, okay, his team's shorthanded. Now he goes to the box, but the team is shorthanded for taking a dive. I would also like to, because in theory, you're getting this from the sidelines.
Oh, absolutely.
And so I want the coaches to know, hey, when you're slowing them down because they're doing the no huddle and you're going to fake the injury, well, it's going to cost you 10, 15 yards. Not a 5-yard delay a game here either. That's the other thing. If you think it's a problem, make it a 15-yard penalty.
Make it unsportsmanlike.
Yes.
Is what you're saying.
Yep.
And right now, that's not in there. What they are saying is that a player removed from a game due to injury must sit out the rest of that drive. If the team trainers and doctors clear a player to return on that drive, the team can use a timeout to essentially buy their player back into the game.
That's interesting.
So I just thought, something that's going on in the college football world, it is a problem. Wondered how much of a problem you thought it was. I agree with you wholeheartedly that it's widespread.
I do think when it is obvious, when the network can show a replay in which it's obvious that the person has been ordered to lay down, to stop play, that, yes, something needs to be done. So Okay. You know, I would rather be
that and National Farting Day, David. I tried to keep this to sports.
Wow. We're back to that again, are we?
Well, been a lot of texts, been a lot of comments, been a lot of people interested in it. Today is National Fart Day. I'm recommending that you crop dust today at work.
Unbelievable.
David is totally against it. He is anti-crop dusting. I am pro-crop dusting.
I think it should be a borderline felony. I really do. I think it is so outrageous. Unbelievable. It is so rude. So rude. Okay. And you guys get bent out of shape about the things that I say to people's face. You really think I've said anything to someone's face that's more rude than crop dusting?
More rude? I don't know.
There's one
more outlandish. I would say yes. Standing on the plane and saying, "Who did that?" Other as opposed to the person who crop dusted, who's probably 14 rows back giggling hysterically.
When I asked the caller if he ever killed a guy, okay, that was more obnoxious than crop dusting. But there was context to that. We were talking about Dante Stallworth only doing 28 days after vehicular homicide.
And I guarantee, David, when we talked about it, I said, I guarantee you right now, we have listeners that have done more than 28 days in jail. Right. And damned if one doesn't call up.
Boom, phone rings, and Mark, one of the few times, he's like, we are taking the calls. Okay, first caller. I've done more than 28 days in jail. And before he could say another word, I said, did you ever kill a guy?
No, sir.
And he
answered, no, sir.
No, sir. He called me sir after I was that rude and obnoxious. And I even said, wow, he called me sir after that. Let him talk as long as he wants. I'll be quiet now.
But you think crop dusting is at least a misdemeanor?
Oh, and I am pushing maximum sentence misdemeanor too. Yes. It's rude. It's obnoxious. Come on now. Can't find a way to walk outside? Can't find a way to go somewhere? Come on now. Come on now. By the way, before you board the plane, you can go somewhere. Okay, take care of business.
I'll tell you what, if you did it in one of those Southwest lines when they heard you up, let's say you're A14.
Oh, boy.
That could stick around all the way until the C group gets there.
Unreal. Hey, folks, it was nearly our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. So, if you're dismayed by the topic, believe me, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. We talked earlier in the show about how thrilled the PGA Tour is that they had 3.3 million people watch the final round at Pebble.
Yep.
Did you see the Pro Bowl ratings?
I have not, and I know they did better than 3.3 million.
Lowest rated ever.
Okay.
18% below last year, 30% decline from just 2 years ago. They've lost 2 million viewers in 2 years.
So they're still doing around 5 million then?
4.7. Yep.
For a flag football game.
50% more than the best that the PGA Tour. I mean, think about it. They had Rory, they had Scheffler. Hell, for a while, Fowler was sniffing around the leaderboard. Spieth played for the first time since his hand surgery. Had a good leaderboard. Shane Lowry, Tom Kim. Some good names on it. Finau made a late surge. Sure. They did 50% more of an audience, basically 40% officially, than the best rated PGA tournament that was not a major or the Players' Championship in at least 2 years. Right. A Saturday night NBA game on ABC. You think the Knicks Lakers did 4.7? Because I don't.
Well, they did in about the same as that PGA for the Lakers Warriors a couple weeks ago was in the 3. I was trying to look that up quickly and couldn't find it. That was the highest non-Christmas rated game this year in the NBA.
Right.
So the Pro Bowl, I'm guessing, did better than any NBA game that's aired this year.
Yeah, except for maybe 1 or 2 on Christmas Day. Correct. Mm-hmm. So it's not going anywhere, even though it's not a game, and even though we've stopped watching.
But compared to everything else, we haven't stopped watching.
Correct. Miller and Moulton. Seth Everett is next. Mark Dominic in a half an hour. Thanks for listening. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Nice. Nice, Seth. I like it.
So funny. So funny. Oh my God.
Thank you for doing this under the weather, Seth.
I'm okay. This is fine. I turned the corner yesterday.
So this is turning the corner?
Yeah.
You sound completely stuffed up. You're breathing
no,
heavy.
I'm fine. Yesterday I couldn't move. And then at 4:00 yesterday, I woke up and I did sports with friends. I put it all together and I felt very accomplished. I did that. And I was like, I could do 15 minutes. What's 15 minutes?
We have been telling people this is Jordan's flu game. Okay, that's earlier in the show that you doing our show today. This is Jordan's flu game.
Oh, the Utah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. This is fine. I'm not going anywhere. I haven't gone anywhere in 3 days. I don't know. I'm not 100%. I'm far from 100%, but I'm happy to do it if you guys will have me.
So, Seth, I was wondering on Saturday that your Man City Arsenal game was.
Yeah.
And you walloped Man City.
Oh, yeah. That was Sunday.
Sunday, right? Did that win early in the day at 11:30 keep your spirits up because the Devils got beat? What do you take harder? How does that day go?
It was a very convoluted day. And the games were around the same time.
Right.
Arsenal had a big win, and then the Devils with a bad loss. But the Devils won yesterday. So you live to fight another day.
You just talked to Wyshynski.
I know. I'm jealous. I got to get him on Sports with Friends.
He was funny. Well, we did like 12 minutes with him. He was funny because, I introduce and I always give the Twitter/X handle.
Yeah.
And so I reminded people, I said, hey, it's Wyshynski with 2 Y's, Wyshynski. And he goes, yeah, I don't even make my kids spell their name at this hour. He goes, we stay away from the spelling of the names in the morning. But he's a little geeked up about this Four Nations thing.
Yes.
Although he's a little bummed because I guess he's going to Boston and there's no guarantee that U.S. and Canada will play in Boston.
Might be in Montreal.
Yeah.
The first one's in Montreal. If they play in the finals, it would be in Boston.
Oh, I see. I'm interested in it. I feel this. I'm going to be consistent. I hate in-season international tournaments because I worry.
You're a soccer fan who the sport
lives. Yeah. Don't say anything more.
We don't even
hate
it until we start.
Arsenal lost their captain in a Norway game. It's ridiculous. I hate it. I'm very consistent on this. I hate international breaks. I hate international tournaments. Players care more about their nation. Save it for that.
Your cough sounds heavier than Kerwin's yesterday.
Ugh, brutal. One more day of staying inside.
He was just getting over something, and he had to go to Kansas City for the NFL Today AFC title game, and then he went straight, spent a week in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. Now he's in New Orleans. He's counting down the days to get to Florida and sweat it out.
Yep.
By the way, my mom's heading back. She'll be in Jersey in like an hour and a half.
Nice.
On the train.
You can wait.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Mark Dominic will join us then. 20 years, a pro personnel guy in the NFL, former Bucs GM. Now he's on NFL radio. We'll talk the league. We'll talk Super Bowl 59. I don't know if you've heard about it. This is Seth Everett's Jordan flu game. Game 5 of the what was it, 97 finals, I think it was. This is Jordan's flu game. Seth took himself out of the lineup yesterday. Day early, said, I'm out. I'm awful. I'm sick. I can't do it. And then tapped the coach on the shoulder and said, put me in, coach. Cut me, Mick. Cut me.
Yep. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play.
And so we don't know if he is. He sounds like a stalker. I mean, very heavy breathing and just stuffed up beyond belief. But Seth Everett, Sports with Friends Hall of Justice. This is his Jordan flu game. Have some sympathy. No truth to the rumor. He's doing this segment with a mask on. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett, Seth_Everett. How are you?
I've been better, but yesterday around 4:00, I just got a jolt of energy. I don't know what was happening. I couldn't move. I was stuck on the couch, and I was uncomfortable on the couch. I wasn't enjoying being on the couch. And all of a sudden, I got this burst of energy, and I started putting together Sports with Friends. And I said, I could do 15 minutes. How hard is 15 minutes? I mean, it's not heavy lifting. You're not asking me to travel to Fort Myers. So I could do it.
All right, Seth, you are a hockey fan. You are a Devils fan.
Big hockey.
The in-season All-Star Tournament, the Four Nations Cup or whatever the hell they're calling it. I happen to be fired up about it because I believe the minute the USA and Canada play one another, that someone's going to hit someone in the corner and it's game on. Do you have any interest at all in this tournament?
Oh, I'm very interested. I'm not dying for it. It's fine. I'll watch it, and it'll be a great showcase of some great skills. I've seen the rosters, and it's literally a tournament where, all-star team against all-star team where they actually care. That's wonderful. My only thing is these international tournaments, this is the same thing that we talked about on Sports with Friends with these international tournaments in soccer. Players get hurt in these games, and they're lost to the team. Now, from a Devils perspective, our goalie is out 4 to 6 weeks. 2 of those weeks, he's not missing any Devils games because of this Four Nations. So from that standpoint, it's a very, very good thing. To have a 2-week break in the middle of the season is okay, but Jack Hughes is playing, Jesper Bratt is playing, Eric Hall is playing. There's a bunch of guys playing for these teams, and I just hope they all come back in one piece. And, call that the old man in me. I don't know, but I've seen it happen. For Arsenal this past year, there was an international break, and the Arsenal captain, Martin Odegaard, went to go play for Norway in some international tournament, and he missed 4 to 6 weeks. I hate that. I hate that with the fiery passion.
Okay, so if you were, and you have relationships with a couple of the major sports commissioners, so like, have you and Bettman, who you know and you've interviewed many times, have you talked to him about the Olympics? Like, so you sound like if you were Gary Bettman, you would not participate in the Olympics.
Well, the problem with the Olympics is the amount of eyeballs that watch the Olympics. It is worth it as a commercial for a sport that needs to grow its audience. Soccer doesn't need that. There's a big difference. Soccer, it dwarfs the NFL globally, right?
Okay.
So these international tournaments, these players doing this in these international tournaments, they're not doing it to raise awareness about their sport.
Okay.
The NHL is. So this Four Nations is a showcase for the league. I know why they're doing it,
right?
But as a fan, all I am, I'm a
okay.
nervous Nelly that my players are going to get hurt.
Well, Mark thinks that this could lead to baseball moving. If this is a big success,
right,
that he thinks this could lead to one of two things. A, the World Baseball Classic every 3 years replacing All-Star Week and being moved to July, and or could, with the Olympics in 2028 being in Los Angeles, could there be a movement to actually play our best guys in it?
You could. You could definitely try. Again, if the World Baseball Classic, I was there at the very, very beginning, the conception of it. I've always said that if it's a very important to have the international competition, you do it in October, like the Hockey World Championships. In the Hockey World Championships, except for the teams that make the playoffs, they have this international tournament, usually in Stockholm or wherever it is, and they play it. And then as rounds go on in hockey, the players then go off and play for their country.
Right.
Because if they break their legs, they have months to recover. That's been my only thing. It's just injuries. And when you say it doesn't happen, it happens all the time. And it happens in all sports. John Tavares got hurt in the Olympics. Olympics.
And Mets lost their closer because of
and my point is that when you're an athlete, and this is a fact, and we talk about this on This Week Sports with Friends, the problem is players want to play for their country first, and the team that pays them the millions second. And it's not. It drives me crazy.
How dare they want to play for the country? Those bastards. They should only be thinking about the New Jersey Devils. That's
yeah.
With their paychecks.
Yeah, it's NJ. It's not USA. Come on.
Well, I was even thinking when the World Cup was moved to December because it was hot in Qatar, and it was right in the middle of a season. Gabriel Jesus tore his ACL or whatever he hurt. Oh my God, it was
Yeah.
brutal.
By the way,
It was.
It was a little more than hot, by the way. I mean,
Whatever.
You know what I mean.
It's like a desert out there.
Like this week in Southwest
It's-
Florida, it's going to be
like
hot.
the desert out there.
Right. It was
It's like Kramer.
Yeah.
Kramer. It's like a sauna in here.
Right. I mean, you got to admit, it was a little more than hot why they moved it.
Yeah, but it was controversial why they had it there in the first place, and then they moved it, and they moved it in season. It was ridiculous.
Just saying, I think you undersold it. That's
terrible.
all. I think it probably deserved a little more hype than you gave it.
How critical do you think this Super Bowl is for Tom Brady, the broadcaster? This is his first year. I don't think he's been great. I think he's gotten better. His voice doesn't do anything for me personally. It doesn't resonate where you get, I don't like Tony Romo as an analyst. I think Tony Romo has a very good voice on air. I don't think Brady has that. How big do you think this is for Brady and Fox?
I think it's big. I think the big thing is that Tom Brady is supposed to meet the media. I think it's today. He's supposed to meet the media, and it's the first time since he signed the Fox deal and got the minority ownership with the Raiders that he's going to sit and take questions from reporters. And it's going to be very interesting to understand how the juggle of his commitment to the Raiders is with his objectivity and his lack of access with Fox. And I think that's going to become a big story.
Did you hear, by the way, in the last 24 hours, Brady, unlike during the regular season and the playoffs, I think it's because it's the last game of the year. Brady has been given permission by both the Chiefs and the Eagles to attend the production meeting. Now, he can't go to practice.
Right.
He can't watch practice, but he can go to the production meeting and ask specific questions of the coaches and the players who go to the production meeting. The production meeting usually takes place the night before the game.
But just clarify for me, if it's Greg Olsen, he can go to practice.
Yes.
Everyone else can.
It's dumb. It's he's not worth it. He's not worth it. And that's been the argument. It's not a situation where I'm not anti Tom Brady, even though he should have been suspended. He deflated those footballs. The idea that he is so wonderful that you have to make all these special arrangements for him. He's not.
Well, it's not that he's so wonderful. It's that it's convoluted. He's an owner and a broadcaster.
Of course.
Clark Hunt, the Chiefs owner, talked about it. He said, we had real reservations about him just being a broadcaster. We were the ones that brought it up to Commissioner Goodell and said, we got to put some restrictions on him. I just can't show up at the Denver Broncos facility and talk to people and watch them practice. So we need to do something here. It's not because he's so wonderful. It's that
was that media day, which that was a haze. I missed all of that.
Andrew Marchand in The Athletic wrote a big piece about why he was worth it to Fox. Okay. And he said, no one's worth this kind of money. I don't believe an announcer brings in a single viewer. But he just did the story of this is how and why it went down. This is why Fox believes, it's monopoly money. And it's an interesting story, whether you agree with it or not.
No. I'll check. I'll check that out. I'm a big Andrew Marchand fan, but the idea that Brady, they're pulling out all these strings for Brady. I think the better question is of the 10 years, how many years does he wind up doing? I don't know. I don't know. I'm through trying to get in his head.
Well, I'm the wrong guy to ask because I said he wouldn't do a game.
Oh,
and to me, if he doesn't get better, he's he'll stick it out for the money, but he's not worth the contract. I don't find him to be.
I don't find.
Again, I keep repeating myself, but his voice does not carry a broadcast, and that still is part of what being a broadcaster is.
During the regular season, I only watched the red zone, so you'd only see him in dribs and drabs, and so I didn't really get a chance to hear him. But I've heard him in these playoffs, and I'm not impressed. Kevin's great though. Kevin Burkhardt is fantastic.
He's your buddy too.
Did Kevin Burkhardt go to Syracuse?
No.
Oh wow,
no.
Wow.
No, we traveled together for a year. We got a chance to know each other very well in 2014.
working for your favorite franchise, the New York Mets. He's Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. This is his Jordan flu game, ladies and gentlemen. He is, he's close to his deathbed.
I learned the mute button. You guys have a mute button.
He has coughed, I will say, 3 times. He has hit the cough button during this interview. Very well done. You're playing injured. You're not playing hurt. You're playing injured. Okay, job well done. All right, you edited Sports with Friends yesterday. What is it?
It's the play-by-play announcer of Super Bowl 59 in Spanish. Miguel Gurwitz is his name. He is doing the game for Telemundo, and a very, very cool guy. Fascinating individual. He's called World Cups and Copa Americas, and he's called NFL games. He does the Thursday Night Football for Amazon in Spanish. And this is his first Super Bowl. He's covered 5. This is his first calling of Super Bowl. It's very, very cool. We talked about all of that. We talked about international breaks, which is funny. We talked about all kinds of global. What's the difference? I asked him about whether his access is limited compared to what Kevin and Tom Brady could do. We talked about that. It's a very interesting conversation. His name is Miguel Gurwitz, and he is calling Super Bowl 59 on Telemundo. And as a show of support for the Sports with Friends blessing, which is the opposite of the SI curse, I will put on Telemundo at some point on Sunday.
Good for you. Hall of Justice, what do you got?
Part 2 of our script reading of Superman 5. For those of you who didn't know, there was an unpublished draft of a 5th Christopher Reeve Superman movie. And these guys for charity did a stage reading of the plot, and it's like a 2-hour 45-minute script. And what we did was we took part 1, we aired it last week. We're going to air part 2 this week and part 3 next week. But very ironically, spoilers, in part 1, in Act 1 of Superman 5, Superman dies. And that's where we left it.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
I know. And that script was written before the famous Death of Superman comic book in 1992. So it's very, very interesting, and we'll see where it goes. And it was a great I was looking for a good end point, to end part 1, and all of a sudden, and it fades to black. I went, whoa, that's a good part that's a good time to break. So we'll see.
Not sure how you do parts 2 and 3 of a movie called Superman without, Superman.
We'll see. I wonder what that actor does for this next act.
Well, sounds like a daytime soap opera. Wait a minute. I thought he ran around the corner and died, and he's back on the next Tuesday. What happened? He's Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Seth, cough drops, hot tea.
Tea.
Good luck.
Tea. Tamiflu works. See you guys.
All right.
Thanks, Seth.
Seth Everett, take that cough button wherever you go, buddy.
That's my plan.
Seth joining us once again here on Miller and Moulton. For those of you leaving us, I hope you've enjoyed the show and you didn't take too much offense that we focused a little bit on National Fart Day. And for those of you sticking with us in the 239 and the 904, Mark Dominic to talk all things NFL and Super Bowl 59 is next. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh,
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle? Well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I think it's every 3. I think the WBC is every 3.
Mark is on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton in the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. All right, of the big four NFL A broadcasting teams, we take Al and Kirk out because they can never do a Super Bowl. Of the four teams that can, CBS, NBC, Fox, ABC, ESPN, which duo do you like best? Vote accordingly, since Tom Brady will be broadcasting his first Super Bowl this Sunday. Mark Dominic, he's got a Super Bowl ring when he was with the Tampa Bay Bucks, his 20-year pro personnel career, which began with the Chiefs. You can hear Mark on SiriusXM's NFL Radio. Follow Mark on X at Mark Dominic NFL. Mark, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. How are you?
I'm good, David. Mark, happy to be with you, and happy Super Bowl week.
By the way, do you root for the Chiefs because you worked with them for a brief time?
My family does. I mean, I've got three children. I'd say my wife, my son, and I've got, two Chiefs fans there. I have a daughter who's a member of the Bills Mafia, and then another daughter who really doesn't love football, but she for whatever reasons cheers for the Seattle Seahawks. So there's a leaning towards Chiefs, obviously, throughout the family because they gave me my first shot.
How impressed with what the Chiefs have done? You worked in this business for a long damn time. With what the Chiefs have done, all the consecutive AFC championships, now the opportunity for the three-peat. When you look at the Chiefs, is there any one single thing that you take from them that you go, wow, they've done this better than anybody?
Well, they've been able to cycle through a roster of, some talented players that they realized they could win without, whether that's obviously Tyreek Hill, L'Jarius Sneed is another guy that they just said, hey, we can win without. And they've been able to balance that with bringing in or paying the Chris Joneses of the world, and you're paying your offensive line, Joe Thuney, Taylor, they've been able to do all those things, Creed Humphreys. I think that's it. But I think the number one thing is the continuity they've had because of Spags on the one side and obviously Coach Reed on the other. And the fact that the way they game plan each week isn't like, this is our MO. This is what we are. This is how we win this week. And that's what's really kind of shown up this year in terms of all the one-score games where they've been able to pull it out, is because they really game plan towards their opponent individually every week instead of saying, this is how we run our team and this is what we're going to do every week no matter what, because this is what we're good at.
What do you in the front office do this week when you're involved, and even a week and a half ago when you were involved in conference championship games? I mean, how much focus are you putting on the game, or are you having to just look ahead to free agency and the draft? I mean, what are you doing this week?
Yeah, well, I'd say what we're doing is really kind of focusing on, like you said, free agency right now. If I was in the midst of being the GM and Super Bowl week, ideally what I would do is I would have my scouts come in anyway because they're going to come to the game, bring their family if they can, and everything, and have some meetings about what happened at the Hula Bowl, East West, Senior Bowl. Let's talk about people that really stood out and why. Who stood out in the interview prep, who stood out in performance weekly, either the game or the practice, and just kind of talk through that this week. Next week after the Super Bowl, you kind of get into free agency, and then you bring your scouts back in one more time, reset your whole board prior to going to the combine. So all you're thinking about is, even though you've got one game left, your mindset as a GM right now is, how do I get this team back here in 2025?
Obviously, you want to be in that position, but how much harder is it for a team, when the football coaching staff focus on a game, GM and scouts focusing on next year? Does it make it harder preparing for the following season, or is it just a moot point?
It's kind of a moot point, because what we'll do is, again, every team does it differently, 32 different ways. But what I did was and that didn't start doing this till my fourth and fifth year, trying to, as you learn as a GM, like, what are the better ways to maybe do things? You bring in your coordinators, your head coach, and, your coaches, and you have them evaluate the players without the scouts in there. Maybe the director of college scouting in there, director of player, but hear their thoughts. And that way you kind of get a sense. So right now they're fine. I want them to focus on this game. We'll play catch up for them in terms of like watching tape and giving them a pared down list of like, here are the guys we really like at corner. This is our group of 8 that we think are first and second rounders. This is our group of 8 that we think are third and fourth rounders. And here's our group of 12 that we think are later on, and just kind of work us through what you think of them. But, I'd rather get this game right than worry about, them and their opinion of the draft when we still got 3 months to go.
Mark Dominic, you can hear him on SiriusXM's NFL Radio. You can follow him on X at Mark Dominic NFL, Mark Dominic NFL. I don't bring this up to bring up a bad memory, but just kind of curious, is there a hangover for front offices? You were with the Bucs for a long time. You guys lost a gut-wrenching NFC title game. And then 3 years later, you won the Super Bowl. Are there hangovers either way from the late season, gut-wrenching what could have been lost, and then, oh my God, we won the Super Bowl, and is it tough to then focus on going forward? I'm just curious, is there a hangover based on the scoreboard?
There is. I mean, there was for us, and I got to think for the Buffalo Bills, they've got to feel it and just get frustrated. And, nothing heals that until you win, or you're never going to go back and look. You'll always look at that game going, what if, and what's different, and what could have we done, whether it's a personnel thing, a coaching decision. In ours, it was playing the greatest show on turf, right? They beat us 11-6. Right? And
I still contend you never should have thrown the ball. You should have just kept running the ball, punting. They were never going to score on you. You turned it over on a screen pass. I swear I was watching the game, Mark, going, they can win this game running and punting.
Yeah, I mean, we held the greatest show on turf to, a field goal, because we got, it was amazing what our defense was doing. We did have the turnover. Ricky Prohl makes a ridiculous catch on Brian Kelly for a touchdown. And at the end, the Bert Emanuel catch, no catch, which changed NFL rules. So it was one of those games you're like, man, we were right there to be in the Super Bowl. And until we got back in 2002, 2003, you always looked at the game and said, what if, like you said, like if you don't throw the screen, what happens? Do we just continue to control the clock and win that game 6-5?
All right, Super Bowl 59. When you look at the two defenses, so much is made of whether it's Mahomes or Barkley in the offenses, but with Spags and with Vic Fangio, we have two great defenses. Do you see the defenses dominating this game? Do you see the defenses dominating for a half? How do you see this game script playing out?
Yeah, both teams, as you know, are coming off, really high scores in terms of those championship games. I mean, 33 and 55, it's as incredible as you could ask against, teams that are, I think, fairly or really talented. You look at the Eagles this year, and since that bye, they're basically averaged roughly 30 points a game, maybe 28, 29. I can't see why it wouldn't be. And I've said all season long, I said that before the Buffalo Bills game. The magic number on Kansas City is 30. If you can put 30 on Kansas City, you can win the game. And I think that's what you have to do. And Buffalo couldn't quite get there, and that's been their problem, right? I mean, the first time, Buffalo got to 30. The second time, they didn't get to 30. And I think that's the thing you've got to do with Kansas City. You've got to put 30 on them. And I think the Eagles can do that. But I see this being, as good as the defensive coordinators are, it's an offensive game. It may start slow because, each team scripts out 15 plays, but the defensive coordinator also looks at that and tries to figure out, how do I stop that in that first 15? But I think it's hard to imagine in this day and age, and the way the season has been with so many overs across the board and postseason overs, I still think this is an over game.
The Barkley factor in terms of he's a home run hitter from the tailback position. Usually this is, the wide receiver that's the home run hitter. I mean, when's the last time that you felt a running back during the course of a season could take it to the house anytime he touched it?
Yeah, it's hard to say, right? You think about Barkley and all his big plays. I mean, you just go down this season and, there's only like 3 or 4 games where he didn't have a run of over 20 yards in a game, right? Every other game, he had at least one run that was more than 20, which is hard to do in the first place. No one to stop Barkley. I think Cleveland was the closest this year to kind of slowing him down, but they didn't really stop him. And so that's the scary thing with him. The last guy I can remember, Adrian Peterson was one of those ones where you're like, I don't know what to do, what we're going to do here because we know what's coming. I would say Eddie George was kind of like that a long time ago. If you go back in the Wayback Machine, and I think if you take that machine a little bit further back, it was Barry Sanders. And although, sadly, championships for them were, elusive, those were the kind of guys that Barkley, I think, reminds me of when you start to go backwards in time in terms of guys that were just dominant and just knew that it was coming downhill at you and you couldn't do anything about it.
When you look at the two head coaches, how much of an advantage do you think Andy Reid has over Nick Sirianni in this game?
Well, I mean, just so much Super Bowl experience, as a position coach to obviously being head coach, winning it, losing it, all those different things I think are elements that help you as a head coach kind of get prepared for the next one. Andy, as we all know, is a wizard. Nick, I think he's going to, carry the Boston attitude of the New England attitude, the Philadelphia attitude of we're tough enough, we're strong enough, we're going to go win this thing. And I think by losing it, hopefully that gives that little bit of a taste in their mouth of I know what it felt like. A lot of players in this locker room know what it feels like. And so let's get ourselves focused on today and what we need to do today, and we'll worry about the game when we get to the game. But I think because they've lost it before, it probably puts them in a little bit better mindset in terms of being ready for this game on Sunday.
30 seconds. You lean in a certain way?
I am. It's not going over well at my house, but I feel like Saquon Barkley and this Eagles team's a different team. As much as it's ridiculous to bet against Patrick Mahomes, I'm leaning towards the Eagles to win the Super Bowl.
He's Mark Dominic. He's got a Super Bowl ring, 20-year front office career. Now you can hear him on SiriusXM's NFL radio. Follow him on X, Mark Dominic NFL. Mark Dominic NFL. Mark, as always, we appreciate your time and insight. Enjoy the game, and hopefully we can talk soon.
Sounds good, David. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Mark Dominic, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. Sorry to bring up that NFC title game.
No. Obviously, you remember it well.
I do. I had just moved to Southwest Florida. I was only in town 2-3 months. I remember watching the game, and I'm like, they just keep running the ball. Punt, run and punt, run and punt. They're not scoring on you. I literally said out loud, don't throw the ball here. Don't try to get the first down. Run it and punt it.
Two of your favorite things in a football game. Running and punting.
I set you up for that one.
You did. Miller and Moulton. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when what's on tap. It's all still ahead. Thanks so much for listening.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239 427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle? Well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I think it would have been the most boring Super Bowl of all time if the Bucks had gotten to that game. Bucks Titans in the Super Bowl that year. Oh my God. I think it might have been first one to 13 wins. I think the Titans would have won for what it's worth. And it was a catch, RCB. Yes, it was.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton in the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. 2 system plays. Is that what we have tonight? We'll get to them coming up in a little less than 20 minutes. Our poll question, Swamp Buggy Race's poll question. With Brady broadcasting his first Super Bowl after playing in 10 of them. So, who's the NFL broadcasting A team you like the best? And we went with the 4 A teams that can do a Super Bowl. Amazon doesn't yet have a Super Bowl. Maybe the next deal. But right now, it's just the networks. So is it Tirico and Collinsworth? Is it Nance and Romo? Is it Burkhardt and Brady? Is it Buck and Aikman?
And Buck and Moulton are running. I mean, Buck and Aikman are running away with this.
Oh, wow. Huh.
Your influence has a lot on this. We probably should have included Buck and Aikman on this. They are winning by such a wide margin.
Really?
They're getting 73% of the vote, David.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. I never expected that. Huh.
I was between Buck and Aikman and Tirico and Collinsworth. I think Mike Tirico does a fantastic job as a play-by-play man. I truly do. They are getting the least amount of votes. Just 5.7% go Tirico and Collinsworth. Burkhardt and Brady getting slightly more than that. Nance and Romo are in second place with less than 13% of the vote.
My goodness. Wow. We should send this poll result to Joe and Troy and say, hey, use this in your negotiations.
I don't think they need to negotiate anymore. I really don't. What are they going to negotiate for? Less hits on SportsCenter? They do one a month.
Going to say they don't partake in the car wash. That's for sure. It's the first thing I asked them.
Negotiations were pretty good.
First thing I asked Troy when he told me where he was going and what he was doing. I said, you doing the car wash? He said, hell no. I said, all right.
You got to think that Herb Street deep down. And I mean, Herbie gets paid well and he's working all over the place. But ESPN works Herbie.
Uh-huh.
A lot.
Uh-huh.
He's got to be looking at Aikman going, damn. He's getting all that money and he doesn't have to do one hit. Not
21.
one.
No, 21 days a year, huh? Yep. It's good to be Buck and Aikman.
Yes, it is.
In the 2020s. They'll do their 7th Super Bowl together in a couple years. I believe Tirico and Collinsworth have next year. And then for the first time in over 20 years, ABC will air a Super Bowl. I think Tirico and Collinsworth do Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara. Buck and Aikman do 61 in LA.
Do you think we should have a limited number? I mean, like that we should have 4 permanent Super Bowl homes. Because you're never going to get a complete rotation of just certain cities because they have to be able to guarantee certain places Super Bowls when they build new stadiums. But do you think there should be like a big 4 or big 3, if you will?
Yeah, you remember growing up in which you had the 4 New Year's Day bowl games and then the Fiesta made themselves into a big enough deal where they became the 5th.
Kind of squeezed out the cotton.
It ended up happening, yes. But, growing up, it was the rose, it was the cotton, it was the sugar, and it was the orange.
Right.
The cotton got played first, rose in the middle, and the sugar and the orange played at virtually the same times, one on NBC, one on ABC. And then the Fiesta merged. And it really started with Miami and Penn State. I think is when the Fiesta, they were able to, neither team associated with the conference, and they said, we can have you guys play each other for the Natty. And then they were able to set up a few of those, and there we go. That's how I would do the Super Bowl going forward. I'd pick 4.
But would you leave any other cities open because you have to? So it'd be like a 7-year rotation, or 6-year rotation. Those 4, new stadium, those 4 type of thing.
No, I do a 5 rotation. Those 4, and then I would allow hey, a new stadium's been built. Hey, we haven't been to Dallas in 20 years. Let's go back. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you could just do. I see where you're at. I would have more than a 5-year window. I would probably have 6. The 4 permanents, the 2 outliers, back to the 4 permanents.
Okay, so you would do 8 out of 10. So would I. I would just do it differently, but okay. But I would do it like how the bowl games used to be, 30, 40 years ago. The Big
What would be your 4?
Well, my 4, I think our 4 would be different than the NFL's 4. Let's be brutally honest about this. The NFL would choose Los Angeles. They've moved their NFL network headquarters there, and they are indebted to what's-his-face who built SoFi. LA, and I think they'd go choose Vegas.
I agree with both of those.
I think they would choose Miami. And I think they would choose New Orleans.
I wonder after this year, because I've already heard some complaints about New Orleans.
Well,
they stuck the media in the parking lot, in a parking garage. That doesn't bode well for articles about New Orleans, if you know what I mean.
No. Listen, for whatever reason, the NFL loves New Orleans as a Super Bowl site. I think it's them in Miami. I think New Orleans may have the most games. So that's why I think the NFL would choose LA, Vegas, New Orleans, and Miami, and then the 5th would rotate. I'm with you. You talk size of the city, you talk hotel rooms in the city. You could make a case it should not be New Orleans. But I think the NFL would choose those 4 cities, Mark, as their big 4. And then, when Nashville builds their stadium, they're going to get a super. If Philadelphia and or Cleveland put a dome on new stadiums they've talked about building, they will obviously get a game. The NFL, I don't think's had a Super Bowl in Indianapolis since the last Giants-Patriots Super Bowl. Do they decide coming up here in the next 5-6 years, hey, it's been 20 years, let's go to Indy? Jera hasn't had the game since 2010. I'm shocked by that.
I'm stunned. I really am.
It's the 2010s.
I wonder if Nashville's new venue would help push New Orleans out.
Could. It'll be very interesting to see what traffic, is. I mean, you can do a lot of walking in New Orleans.
No, you can. I mean, Bourbon Street, Canal Street,
right.
The stadium, they're all within walking distance from most of the hotels that are downtown.
Right. I mean, the Ritz-Carlton's a mile from the Superdome. And there's a lot of stuff that you can hit between the Ritz-Carlton and the Superdome, including a lot of hotels between the Ritz-Carlton and the Superdome.
And a casino or 2.
Yes. So that's what I would do if I was the NFL. I'd narrow it down to 4, pick them, and then we'll have a rotating 5th for whatever reason. Haven't been here in a while. Hey, you built a new stadium. We'll reward you, blah, blah, blah.
And I would just add one more. It'd be a 5th and a 6th and start the whole thing again, because you just keep a few more owners off your back, because they'd be handing out 2 Super Bowls every 6 to cities not in the rotation. Just one of the things I was curious about, because I'm wondering how New Orleans will be perceived after the Super Bowl. We've talked about it before. I don't know if there are 5 big cities in this country that are harder to get to than New Orleans.
No question. It's shocking that it's not shocking in the 60s, 70s, and 80s it was that popular. Okay, especially since they had one of the first domes. All right. But it is shocking to me in the 2020s that it's still as popular a big sport destination as it is for the leagues.
They got the walking thing is a big part of it, though. Being able to walk to town, the NFL likes that. It's why even when they've done them in Minneapolis, there's so much there in and around the stadium that people take hold of that. Miller and Moulton Talking Super Bowl 59. We finish things up with the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's next.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
God, I hope he lives 10 more years, I swear. Ah.
Here's some really insignificant facts for you folks in the Twitch chat room, especially you bourbon drinkers. The old-fashioned cocktail was first made at the beginning of the 19th century. But by the end of the century, by the 1880s, the cocktail had become a classic, and bartenders were adding modern twists to the drink, and that became how people started ordering an old-fashioned whiskey cocktail. And it remains the same name. It's an over 200-year-old cocktail. What is the real American beer, Canada Relief? I don't even know what you're talking about.
I got to race out of here. If that's okay. I have a 10:30.
All right.
So we'll pound the promo out, and I'll just.
I can just do it if you want. If you got to go that fast.
Well, I mean, it's only an extra 3-4 minutes. Besides, no, we have nothing right now, so we need to vamp.
Okay.
Boy,
today's National Signing Day.
Yep. Only because I saw a tweet this morning locally about all the high schools.
Kids, yeah, same thing, or I wouldn't have had any idea.
Remember when this used to be a thing?
David, it was one of your favorite shows of the year when we were doing afternoons. You loved this.
I did. Probably too much. A little too nooks and crannies.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 till we're done yapping. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Make sure you vote in our Swamp Buggy Races poll question of the big four networks. They're A-team broadcasters for the NFL. Which duo do you like the best? Nance and Romo, Tirico and Collinsworth, Buck and Aikman, Burkhardt and Brady. Vote accordingly.
Might have to run that same poll question Monday if Brady has a great game, if you know what I mean. I wonder how much Brady can sway that with a good performance on Sunday.
Well, I think there's a lot of people who haven't heard him do a lot of games. Maybe they've heard him for the first time in the playoffs. And so, Mark, I mean, come on now. A lot of people's reputations are made in a Super Bowl.
Absolutely. Absolutely, no doubt.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call today, 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441, or check them out, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton. Get 10% off. Reader's Digest magazine was first published today in 1922. 1967, The Smothers Brothers Comedy Hour premieres on CBS. Sugar Ray Leonard makes his professional debut with a 6-round unanimous decision over Louis Vega today in 1977. Fight was at the Baltimore Civic Center.
Think about it also, because the Olympics were in the summer of 76, so he didn't fight for like 6 months after the Olympics.
Today in 1990, Notre Dame becomes the first team to sell its game to a major network. That network, of course, was NBC. 1991. David, you got to help me with this, because it says, and I read this, and I copied it and pasted it to my sheet here, that the Big East Football Conference formed today in 1991.
Wow. Who was in it?
Right. I was looking. I can't seem to find anything. I just want to know if they got Penn State in there.
Well, no, they didn't.
Thus, the demise of the conference.
Huh. I got to look this up.
2006. I need you for a couple of these. Just hold on there, big fella. 2006 at Ford Field in Detroit. The Steelers beat the Seahawks 21-10. Hines Ward, your MVP. Seahawk fans still wondering if they're going to call a penalty on Pittsburgh in that game. 2012 in Indianapolis. The Giants beat the Patriots 21-17. And in 2017 in Houston, Super Bowl 51. The Patriots defeat the Atlanta Falcons 34-28.
Unbelievable. Atlanta had to do everything wrong. All right. Edelman makes that miraculous catch, second only to Tyree off the helmet. I mean, staggering sequence of events for a half an hour. Staggering.
Hank Aaron would have celebrated a birthday today. He was born on the same day in the same year as one Don Cherry. Don Cherry's 91 years old today. Roger Staubach is 83. Craig Morton is 82. How about that? Morton and Staubach had the same birthday. I thought that was interesting. Darrell Waltrip is 78. Christopher Guest from This Is Spinal Tap, among others, is 77. Roberto Alomar is 57. Cristiano Ronaldo is 40. And Neymar is 33 for all you soccer people out there. What did I miss, David?
I got to be honest. I'm looking up this whole Big East thing.
I know. I knew I lost you with that.
All right. Because we're actually a little more aware of it than we thought. Because like Miami was one of the Big East schools that, you know, they brought in and all that. But I mean, you mentioned Hank Aaron, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, and Staubach and Morton.
Right.
I mean, you know, I for what it's worth, Hitler told Mussolini today in 41, quote, fight harder, unquote. I mean, you know, nice historical footnote there. Should have known right then and there he was going to be a drain. It was going to be a problem.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
We go to Scotland for the good, and maybe this is the bad or ugly to you. But I like cats. I have no problem with cats. Apparently, people in Scotland thought there was going to be a big problem with cats. Because the Scottish government wants to let everyone know it does not plan on banning cats. First Minister John Swinney was forced to issue the statement after a report by independent experts said that felines were a threat to Scotland's wildlife and suggested containment measures be considered to reduce the damage. Scottish Welfare Commission says cats kill at least 700 million birds and other animals each year in the UK. It's a lot of animals.
That is.
For the bad, we go to Wilkes-Barre.
What?
Your old stomping grounds, David.
Yeah.
Where an intoxicated man was charged with felony assault after biting the thumb of a Wilkes-Barre Township police officer in the parking lot of Dream Girls. He was kicked out of the strip joint after acting disorderly and erratic inside, and then he threatened to shoot the manager when told to leave. That prompted a call to the police, and he was still in the parking lot when they arrived. Brandon Lee would not leave the premises and was arrested for public drunkenness and disorderly conduct. After he struggled to get into the car, he put a bite down on the police officer's thumb.
Unbelievable. Like when you first started doing the story, I'm like, well, did he not know the guy was a cop? But obviously, in telling the story, it's like, oh no, the guy's in uniform, putting him in the car and everything.
For the ugly, we go to Pasco County in Florida, where a man in a Dalmatian onesie was arrested after escaping Florida highway troopers with one hand cuffed after a traffic stop. Dylan Devereaux was pulled over just after midnight. He took off at a high rate of speed, dropped off a passenger before speeding up again. He'd crash into a tree, and then two troopers tased him. He then began fighting the trooper on the road, and he got away. With one hand cuffed, he sprinted towards his residence.
Holy, he's cuffed and tased.
They brought out the dogs and deployed the dogs, where they met his girlfriend at the home. This is my favorite part. The trooper said she told them she did not want anyone in the home, including her boyfriend, because there are drugs in the home and she didn't want to go to jail. An arrest warrant was filed. Police returned to the home the next day and found Devereaux there and found the drugs in the house. I don't know if you caught the beginning, but he was in a Dalmatian onesie when pulled over. And David, that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Wednesday, February the 5th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department, CapeCops.com, CapeCops.com. A $10,000 bonus for new officers signing on, other jobs available, all information at CapeCops.com.
I want you to circle that one. That's a top 5 ugly of the year.
I agree.
A Dalmatian onesie, tased, one arm
half cuffed,
and able to flee the police. And if the girlfriend had just said, "Do you have a warrant?" he and she might have gotten away with it.
Well, he wasn't getting away with it. The drugs start, but
they can't go inside that house, not without a warrant.
Well, they came back with one the next day.
Well, sure. Well, she told them there were drugs inside.
They were coming back for him anyhow.
Probably. God, Dalmatian onesie, huh?
A Dalmatian onesie.
Man, I was just at a 3-year-old's birthday party. I didn't see one of those. We have 2 system plays tonight. This is a big risk. Our early and midweek system plays are not as good. Saturday system plays is just print money. Oh my goodness. Are we winning on Saturdays? But man, we got two not good teams we got to come through for us tonight. Oh boy. Syracuse is home against Duke. Syracuse is below 500. They're getting 17.5. Golly.
Do you know you can get a Dalmatian onesie for $20 on Amazon?
How?
I wasn't listening to a word you said. I've been looking up Dalmatian onesies.
How under the influence would you have to be to wear a Dalmatian onesie?
I'm thinking about buying it and wearing it to the show on Friday.
Well, Mark, we're stuck with Syracuse. And
oh, my goodness.
Yes, we are. And they're not any good. And getting 17.5 at home against Duke, and they may get more by the time the game tips. We're also stuck with my beloved Rutgers, and they're not any good either.
They have been one of the biggest disappointments in college basketball this year.
Well, their second best player got hurt, which hasn't helped. Anyway, they're getting 7.5 at home right now against Illinois. Now, Illinois might be the most inconsistent good team in the Big Ten, but those are our 2 plays tonight, Syracuse and Rutgers. Boy, I'll take a split right now and just get me to the end of the week.
You got that right. Game of the night's Missouri at Tennessee. Tennessee's an 8.5-point favorite at home. Missouri just got done bombing Mississippi State on the weekend on the road. So another road game for Missouri, who moved up to 15th in the country.
By the way, this is the same Missouri school that didn't win a game in the SEC last year. And they're 15th in the country this year. Winless in the SEC last year. 15th in the country in February this year. Same coach, by the way.
Old school hockey tonight, David.
Yes, there is.
Little original 6 on TNT. The Bruins and your Rangers. The Rangers are huge favorites in this game. Minus 185.
Do you think it's because the Bruins played last night and the Rangers didn't?
Yeah.
And Bruins are tied for the final playoff spot, but would lose the tiebreaker with the Lightning right now, in part because the Lightning have 3 games in hand. But the Rangers are 6 points out of the final playoff spot, and they have 6 teams they have to overcome. So obviously every point is crucial for both.
The late game on TNT is Edmonton and Chicago, a little Bedard and McDavid, couple of the star in the game and a rising star in Connor Bedard.
I'm just going to throw this out there, not that anyone cares, but Mark, the LA Kings have played 50 games this year, 31 of them on the road. They've only played 19 home games. They're home tonight, and they're going to be home a lot the rest of the way. I'm just saying, you may want to start betting on the LA Kings. NBA tonight, there's like 11 or 12 games. Both the Heat and Magic are in action. Heat are in Philly. Magic are against the Kings. The Magic have lost 9 of 10.
They can't score. They have really struggled scoring, David.
Yeah. I'm very curious, by the way. The Cavs are going to Detroit a night after losing to the Celtics. Think there's a hangover? I mean, come on. They were invested last night. You think they're really invested playing the Pistons tonight?
If they would have won, not as much. But because they lost, I think it'll be a little better effort.
Phoenix at OKC, by the way, on ESPN at 9:30. San Antonio, Atlanta, Wemby, along with De'Aaron Fox makes his debut, 7 o'clock. So there you have it. That's your sports tonight.
We'll continue to get ready for Super Bowl 59 tomorrow. Start digging in even deeper to the game between the Chiefs and the Eagles. Have a great rest of your day. We'll do it again tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. here on Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit CapeCops.com. That's CapeCops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct.
The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton